I guess I'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Can I get the audience to, we're starting the meeting. Tim Hale, are you on the phone?
Here.
Thank you. Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee. Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier, are you on the phone? He will be calling in this evening, but you do have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything any of the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I move to place ordinance 25-047 that is under introductions under the referral section of the agenda. The intent of this motion is to provide the Commission on Salaries and Emoluments time to provide a recommendation to the Assembly on this legislation.
Okay. Should I ask for discussion or just asking if there's any objection?
You can see if there's any discussion.
Okay,
Just to be clear, I just want to make sure we don't get into the merits of the legislation, but whether we're going to move it to referrals.
okay. So the question before you is referring ordinance 25-047 to the referral section of the agenda. Is there discussion on just the question of the referral? Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, this is the election, I'm sorry, this
No.
is the salaries. This is the salaries legislation, and we would not necessarily refer it. If we move it to referrals, we're just going to take it up, and then we'll discuss whether we refer it or not.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers, yes, the motion's going to be to refer, I assume, and then the Assembly can discuss that or not.
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
yes, objection, or go ahead, discussion?
So under referrals, it says referral to the Planning Commission for 90 days. Are we referring it to the Planning Commission or are we referring it to the Emoluments Advisory Board?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Hale, no, it's basically referrals. It does say Planning Commission, but it can be referred to a different committee or commission.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Assemblyperson Fonoff.
So if it's put in a referral, when do we get to discuss it or make action on it?
Yeah, we can discuss it when we get to the referral section tonight.
Correct. You can't discuss the merits. You can discuss whether you're going to refer it.
But I'm saying once if it's referred, what is that puts on the other side agenda or the
Yeah,
next
it
meeting it
would
still comes
be-
up?
Let's see, almost on the very last page, prior to the referral we already have on the agenda for the homeless shelters. So it'd be taken up at that same time.
Again, my question is, if it's there, do we, like this one that's on the referral right now, is it just hangs there for on the referral or do we get to it later in the meeting today?
To Assembly Member Fonoff, it moves from introduction down to referral. So it will be taken off the introduction section of the agenda and move to referrals. Is that your question?
No.
So I'm sorry, so you said no?
I
So
didn't
what's,
understand.
what
I
is
guess
the
the purpose
question
of-
then, sir?
My question is, if we put it to a referral, when do we actually discuss it, and where is it due? Is it still on the in front of us in 2 weeks, or I guess the purpose of this?
The referral will be discussed this evening. Right?
Assembly Member Sumner.
Yeah.
Can I
Well,
speak to my intent?
I'm sorry,
Can I
what?
speak to my intent for this motion?
Yeah, well, let me just be sure that assembly, so it's on the paper count that you have before you now, it's under introductions. And the motion was to remove it from introductions and put it in the referral section of tonight's agenda. So does
Yeah,
that
that is
answer?
my intent.
Okay. Answer your questions, Assemblyperson Fanoff?
Okay, so just instead of introduction, it sits there, but then during referrals, we get to discuss it now or no?
The motion before us now is only to move it, and then when we get to referrals, you'll be able to discuss
We,
whether we're going to refer it or not.
okay.
Okay? Alrighty. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Can I call the
sir.
question?
What does that mean?
Oh, don't. Then we got to vote on that.
I should rescind the call to question. I would just like to vote on it.
Before we
Okay.
do that, how long does this stay with referrals? I mean, is it like 2 months, 6 months, a week? What, how?
That'll be discussed at that time, whether we're going to do it for 5 days, 60
Oh, I
days.
see, when we get to that section, that's, okay, got it.
Okay, all right, okay. So the question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? Hearing no objection, then, Madam Clerk, would you is there objection to the motion? To make the transfer from one part of the agenda to another? Okay, I don't see or don't hear anything online, so the change to the agenda has been approved. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, then the agenda is approved with that one change as presented. All rise, please, and George, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the proclamation, and I'm going to come down there to do the proclamation.
Madam Mayor, the mic's not on. Yay.
Yes. Okay. Whereas education is a foundation for success in our community, state, and nation, and the Mat-Su Borough is committed to fostering growth through learning and shared knowledge. And whereas the rabbi, thank you, was a respected spiritual leader who inspired millions and believed that education should emphasize character and integrity alongside academic achievement. And whereas Education and Sharing Day is observed annually on his birthday to honor his long contributions to education, ethics, and charitable work. So April 9th is his birthday, and it's his 123rd birthday this year. And the anniversary of his leadership of the, thank you, promoting the values of wisdom and understanding and knowledge. And whereas Shabbat, okay, represents learning and personal growth, while Libovitch, okay, means city of love, of reflecting the moments focus on love for learning, humanity, and service to other. So now let it be therefore resolved that the Mat-Su Borough Assembly encourage educators, leaders, volunteers, and citizens to promote education that fosters integrity, kindness, and community service, working together to build a better future for all of us. We hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, as Education and Sharing Day, and it's witnessed by my hand today. All right, you want to say something? Sure.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Mayor Edna, and all the Assembly members for this honor. And with this proclamation, the Matsu Borough joins the United States President, governors, the governor of Alaska, and many other governors throughout the United States, and mayors throughout the United States and the world, proclaiming this day, the Rebbe's birthday, which is always celebrated 4 days before the holiday of Passover, as Education and Sharing Day, in tribute to his outstanding dedication to education. The Rebbe teaches that education in general should not be limited to the acquisition of knowledge and preparation for a career. Instead, the educational system should pay more attention, indeed the main attention, to the building of character with the emphasis on moral and ethical values. The Rebbe emphasizes that every individual, and in fact every individual action, has an impact on the entire universe and instills the hope for a brighter future into the lives of countless people across the globe. Since 1978, the U.S. Congress has designated Education and Sharing Day on the Rebbe's birthday as a time to pause and recognize our responsibility to ensure that our young people have the foundations necessary to lead lives rich in purpose and fulfillment. Education and Sharing Day is about creating conversations. It is about the conversations we have with our children around the dinner table, the conversations we have with our students in the classrooms, and the conversations we have day in and day out that can have an impact on the hearts and minds of our young ones. The Rebbe teaches that in truth, every person is an educator, and we must be mindful of our ability to impact the lives of others. Here in the Matsu Valley, all the public schools begin the day with 60 seconds of quiet, a moment in which neither teachers nor administrators instruct the students what to do. It is simply a time of silence. This presents valuable opportunity for parents to discuss with their children how to use the moment meaningfully. At the start of the day, when minds and hearts are fresh, what thoughts should they focus on? How can they set a positive tone for the day ahead? These discussions help lay the foundations for children's studies, interactions, and personal growth. The Rebbe emphasizes that the key to moral and ethical behavior is instilling in students an awareness that there is an eye that sees, an ear that hears, the creator and master of the universe who watches over each individual and cares about their thoughts, words, and actions. This understanding reassures children that they are never alone and encourages them to act with kindness, responsibility, and integrity. By beginning the day with these thoughts, students are more likely to make better choices, speak with sensitivity, and treat others with compassion. People are more influenced by the things they do than the knowledge they are taught. Therefore, beyond conversations, it is important to promote these ideas through action. In 1974, the Rebbe introduced the charity campaign. This was not a fundraiser for a specific cause or a call for philanthropists to write big checks. Instead, it was a grassroots campaign to train us all to become givers. The idea is simple. Set aside a box in your home or office as a charity box and start off the day with giving a small amount to charity. Children should have their own charity boxes and should be encouraged to give charity every day. This will educate, that's what the mayor is holding. This will educate them to have empathy and to care for others. The catch is to do this on a consistent basis. Beyond the value of the accumulated charity money benefiting worthy causes, the hand becomes a giving hand and one becomes a giver as a result. Although April 9th has been set aside as Education and Sharing Day, it's the message and theme is relevant to every day of the year. Even today, let us all reflect on our collective obligation and opportunity to enhance the true education of our children, to serve as proper role models, and to take concrete action to bring more goodness and kindness into our world. This year marks 75 years of the Rebbe's loving leadership, 75 years of guiding, inspiring, and uplifting people of all backgrounds. His vision shapes lives, his influence grows, and his revolution of goodness continues to change the world. A force of moral clarity, he teaches that each person has the power and responsibility to bring goodness into the world. As we reflect on his leadership, we honor not just a milestone, but a call to live his teachings, to spread kindness, and to strengthen society's moral foundation. May God bless your efforts and all the members of the Assembly to make to make a brighter future for everyone here in our borough and beyond. And may the merit of your crucial work welcome God's blessings in your personal lives as well for good health, success, and happiness. And may our collective efforts to perfect the world and make it a place of goodness and godliness hasten the arrival of the ultimate redemption through the revelation of Mashiach speedily in our days. Amen. I'd like to give this box, which this is what it's about. This is not a fundraiser. This is not for an organization that we run, but this is for each person here to do it to give to the charity of your choice, and we're going to give it to the assembly members, and together with a card. Thank you very much, Mayor.
I am on the phone, Mayor.
Thank you. We got it, Assemblymember Bernier.
So let the record show that Assemblyperson Veneer joined us at 6:15. Okay, we do not have any minutes from the preceding meetings. There are items under reports and correspondence, agency reports. Do we have a report from any one of the three cities? I don't see anybody. We do have a report from the school district. Katie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Mr. Hayes, nice to see you. For the record, I'm Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the Matsu Borough School District. I feel as though my update tonight is exceedingly easier when we started the meeting with an understanding of the importance and the value of education. So thank you for that introduction. My update will be fairly brief because last week we did have spring vacation. So there was a lot going on, but we didn't have students in schools. And as of yesterday, spring break is over. Students are back in session, and that marks the beginning of the fourth quarter and the last 9 weeks of the school year, which will be full of a lot. Standardized testing, graduation, celebrations, spring activities. It is a busy 9 weeks in schools, and we are excited to see kids back. We also, over the spring break, made a lot of effort in moving Matsu Central School into their new facility, and we'll be excited for the assembly to see that at the ribbon cutting on April 4th. Hopefully, many of you will be able to make it. And then really right now we are focusing at the administrative level on finalizing our budget with the school board. So we continue that conversation with the board tomorrow at their regular school board meeting, which is at 6 o'clock. And then of course are looking forward to the opportunity to present it to the assembly at the joint meeting on the 25th. The last thing I'll mention is that March is Youth Art Month, and on our website and Facebook page, you can see a digital art exhibit, and it is incredible. I realize I'm a numbers person, so creativity may not be in my wheelhouse, but the work of our students is really masterful and very impressive. Hopefully you get a chance to see it. We've had artwork spread all around our building for the month of March, and it's been really exciting to see. So I continue to be amazed at the talents of our students in the Matsu. I also tonight am here in case there are questions regarding the discussion for Ordinance 25.030 relating to the Joint Committee on School Funding. But aside from that, I can certainly take any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to provide an update on behalf of the school district.
Good. Any questions? I guess not. Thank you. See you next week. I don't see Todd, so I guess we don't have a report then from the state. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, we do have somebody from Palmer. I didn't know if they were here to give a report or not from the Palmer City Council.
I did ask, but
It looks like no.
okay. So, and the next item is library board report. Well, we did get a request. They asked to be rescheduled till April 15th. So we will not be hearing from them tonight. There was not a joint assembly school board and school board and assembly commission on school issues, public relations. If you haven't heard, the astronauts are home. Woo! And we did have 3 members of the assembly that did travel to Juneau, and so I'd like each one of them, if they'd like to give a little, yes, assembly person Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start out. So myself, Manager Brown, Assemblymember Nauer, and Assemblymember Fonoff traveled to Juneau a couple of Wednesdays ago. And before we even left, we knew that the state is facing a $643 million budget deficit. So when we walked into many of our legislators' offices, the first thing they told us was there's no money. So we kind of knew that going in. So we tried to focus mainly on policy issues, and especially some local control issues that we felt strongly about. One of them that we talked about was the state law currently sets term limits for school board members, and they're at 3 years apiece, like the assembly members used to be, and so it creates an off-year election cycle for school board members. So we asked our legislators if they could, revise state law so that they would give us control of determining what school board member terms were, so we could try and get those to align with borough assembly elections, federal elections, state elections, so that they're always on an even year cycle. That would save us money, increase voter participation, and like I said, get rid of the off-year elections. Another item that we talked to our legislators about was the Open Meetings Act. Some of our fire service area boards and road service area boards only have 3 members or less. And so if more than one of them want to meet, if 2 of them meet, they violate the Open Meetings Act. And so they can't go out and look at roads together. They can't discuss any items without violating the Open Meetings Act. So since they're advisory in nature only and they don't have any regulatory function or any financial function, we asked the state if they would revise their law so that the Open Meetings Act would give us control to determine what boards that are advisory only, if they could meet and not violate the Open Meetings Act. Was there anything that you guys wanted to add to that? Did I miss anything about the Open Meetings Act?
Assembly person hours?
Not on the Open Meetings Act, but there was a couple other things we talked about.
Yeah, we talked about Jonesville Mine recreational area was one of the things there. The state actually wanted the borough to own the Jonesville Mine recreational area, and that's not something that we really want to do. So the manager spoke to that, saying that we'd much rather enter into a management agreement with the state of Alaska and just manage that recreation area for them. But we have no desire to actually own the recreational area at this time. So that's pretty much what I have.
Okay.
Stephanie, did you want to
Assembly
add
person
something?
hours?
I would just echo the challenging environment that, a chance for funding, like we're seeking 30 million in match for roads for the borough to get some projects done. And that's just unlikely right now. We did talk about having a trooper post, though, in the upper Susitna Valley, which would really help, not only up in that region, but also down in this area, because you wouldn't have to have troopers who are stationed in Palmer driving all the way up the road to respond to things. And then the fish runs have really been terrible, and we've been trying to get funding for weirs to count fish and for the staffing to staff them. And last year we got funding for some of the weirs so we can count our fish and make the arguments for why we need to, do changes in terms of management to make sure we get fish in our streams. But we didn't get the staffing. So we did just have some discussions with our legislative delegation and others that we really want to see those positions filled so we can get that that data.
Assemblyperson Fauna, do you have additional comments, sir?
I think Mr. Gamble summarized it pretty well. We were well received, got to meet some other people, and few of the comments that we got is a lot of other boroughs and municipalities look up to how we run things as far as building new schools and new roads without relying on the state, and it was something that they in some ways they want to make it a good example out of it so that the others can maybe copy or look up how we're doing it. So I think that was a good compliment that we got from some of the people there.
Okay. This evening, the borough manager is not with us, but we have the deputy borough manager, George Hayes. You have a report, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one quick item for you assembly members. You'll notice that there is a flyer alongside your red packet there. That's the invitation to the Gateway Visitor Center grand opening, not opening, grand dirt turning, if you will. The groundbreaking will be on April 11th at 2 p.m. And I think a lot of us are looking forward to that. It's been in the works for several years. And so they're going to start the construction anyway this summer, and that groundbreaking again, April 11th at 2 p.m. right out here alongside the highway. The only other item, Madam Mayor, of course, the Assembly directed us to set up the water body setback board, and that is finished, and I'll turn that back over to you for introductions. And
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well, the water body setback just recently had their last meeting, and they do have a report, and the chairman is here, Bill Kendick, tonight, and he will be presenting the report. So if you want to come up and give your report, sir.
Okay, so a lot of you were here. This thing started at the assembly level, and it was back and forth, amended, went over to the planning commission. I was still on the planning commission when that started, amended, back and forth. So this committee was formed, and with the hopes of bringing something to you. Alex Strawn, I can't say enough about him. I was on the planning commission twice when he was second in command, and then came back when he was first in command, and he's well suited for his job. And he came up with a plan that I thought would have worked. Maybe a little wordsmithing here and there, but this committee proceeded to just shred it to pieces. And you guys got it in front of you. You can read it. There's just a few things of concern there's a lot of things of concern, but a few things that are jumping out at me. And I'm looking at what Alex gave you last week when he did his presentation. The kennels, stables, and animal yards no closer than 100 feet. Storage of liquid hazardous substance within 75 feet requires a secondary containment. Existing facilities, okay, they already have it. They're legal now. They have 5 years to remove or retrofit, or they will be non-conforming. And I'm just, I've been in the borough a long time. I know I got a feel for the reaction that your constituents might get from these changes, and also removal of riparian buffer of 50%. And there's many that are in here. I wouldn't want to be up there having to make the decision that you guys have to make, I'll tell you. But I'm not a politician. That's why I'm up there. So I could just tell it the only thing I can do is tell it like it is. I watched this thing go back and forth for over 2 years, maybe over 3 years. And you guys have the budget coming up here pretty quick. You got your hands full. My suggestion would be to just put this on the back burner for now and take it up at a later date. But I'm telling you, Alex is ready to come up with another plan. And I think you ought to take a good look at it. The guy's good at the job, and I think he should be taken seriously and not having his work shredded to pieces. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, Assemblyperson Fauna. Oh, okay. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, the idea of postponing it, I mean, this thing's been kind of like hanging around since 1987. I'm not sure that that would be,
Well,
I guess what I look at when I was reading this over, in 1973, they said 75. In 1987, the borough decided, no, let's make it 45. And 6 months later, the initiative to the people said, no, we want 75. So how close are we to that?
well, and Nick tells me it's legal, but some people could be, there could be a double standard. And also, there's no grandfather rights that I still haven't really wrapped my head around, but Nick says that it can be that way. I just know as just a taxpayer, if I was in that position and it happened to me, I'd be outraged. First I was conforming, now I'm non-conforming. I could just see, the way this is written, I could just see you tied up in court. Win, lose, or draw. Tied up in court's gonna cost you money.
Just philosophical question. We apparently have we talked about this, I mentioned it to Alex before when we said, well, we have permits, we got things we got to meet, but people don't usually go and get those, and that's after the facts they say, and they didn't do what they were supposed to do, they say, oops, my bad. Something like 984 people or something like that. I don't know if they all said that, but I cannot believe that people wouldn't, if I was building something, first thing I'd do is I go down to the borough and say, what can I, and most importantly, what I cannot do. And somebody, I can't believe these people are totally innocent. It's like betting on the come. I think maybe I can get away with this. It's kind of like the driveway permits.
Right.
We got to have them, but
Right.
nobody enforces them because we don't have time.
I have a perfect example to give you for that.
Okay.
My first go around on planning commission, I think it was probably 2015. There was an 80-something-year-old couple, and they had a contractor came in. They built a boathouse, which is fine, but there was a big empty space up top, and it was determined that could be living space. And that contractor told this older couple, "Don't worry about it. We'll get a variance from the planning commission." And they couldn't get a variance from the planning commission.
But they built it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these people just took them at their word.
Was
So-
the contractor still alive when they found out?
I don't know.
You know, that's where I kind of say, well, wait a minute, somebody's screwing somebody because a rule is a rule is a rule. And if you don't force it, there's a place, give you a little example, a place in Arizona called Pleasantville. There's a highway stop sign. There's nobody in like 400 miles of that. So nobody, who stops at that stop sign? Nobody does. But guess what? If there's a policeman out there, he's going to get you for it. So this is kind of a gotcha thing. I just think that people knew. I'm sorry for the 80-year-old couple, but with that, you put that along with the driveway permit thing. I got to say something there too. And when I first came to be an assembly member, and I'm still very proud of it, the fact that we are more efficient than any other borough, that per capita, we spend less with fewer people than the other boroughs do. Well, maybe we need to rethink that, because if we're not getting driveway permits, now we're all screwed up in that area, and we don't get water body setbacks. Maybe we need to hire some more people. But I can't.
That was a big deal when I was on the planning
Yeah.
commission too, the driveway permits. But maybe that was a poor choice of words when I said, put it on the back burner. What I'm suggesting is this particular resolution, I would just flat vote it down, because Alex has, in my opinion, an excellent version. This is his job. I highly respect him in his job.
Yeah.
And I would say this gets voted down. Have your faith in a man that's well qualified to draw it up, and take a look at that and see what you think. But because this is just too much.
So since your time ran out last night, basically, right, or tonight,
Yeah.
March 18th. This is merely a report as to what you guys came up with after, bless your hearts,
Yeah.
a year and a half of doing this stuff.
Yeah.
What's the next step? I mean, are we saying this is the way it is? And
This is what I did, me personally, on this committee, I didn't want to bring this to you.
did not.
I did not.
But, yeah, and this is getting a little bit concerning to me, I think, because you are here to give the report from the committee, not your personal opinion,
Okay,
sir.
well, I understand. but-
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
Well, so you have the report from the committee.
We have
in
the
front of you.
report from the committee. Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, I was just asking for clarification. We're not voting on this
Yeah. no.
this tonight. This is just an introduction. This is a report from the Water Body Setback
Right.
Advisory Committee. And then if one of the assembly members wanted to take it up, they would have to refer to the planning board and the planning commission, and then it would come back for public comment. So even if this was going to be taken up by an assembly member, it would be months-long process before this would be voted on by the assembly. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know, do they have to refer to the planning commission, or is that only at the assembly's desire? But, okay,
To the mayor. This is Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So this is just the report that was
Right.
required by the ordinance that formed the Water Body Setback Advisory Board.
all right,
What happens going forward will be up to the assembly members. If an
Right.
assembly member wants to bring this ordinance forward, it would have to go to the planning commission, back to the assembly, or some version thereof would have to go through the same process.
right, okay. Let's see, assembly personnel, or do you still have a question?
This might be for Alex. I had the same concern that you did. The Water Body Setback Advisory Board was composed of, I don't know, 9 or 10 members that have been working on this a year and a half. What was the vote or on sending the current draft forward to us?
So the final vote happened last Wednesday. It was 7-0, unanimous.
Okay, for this particular, okay.
Correct.
And I guess just some comments that about the water body setback. I know to Ms. McKee's point, this is a rule that's been in place since 73, and then there was an ollie ollie free in 87. So it's one of these rules we've had forever, and definitely there are people out there who've thumbed their noses at us and just built, and then it's hard to move a building. There are some really, notable things in here. I mean, it's simple. The rule we have now, 75 feet, can't build within it, but it also doesn't address commercial buildings. So you can put a commercial building right up to,
I thought they did.
well, in this,
Yeah.
they do, but our current rule, you can't have a house, but you can put a commercial building right
Yeah.
on the waterfront with some, DEC would have a few things to say about what you could put there. So, from what I know about this so far, there's definitely some concerning things because I think the borough as a whole has a really hard time enforcing things. So lowering the setback rule to 45 feet really concerns me because I think we'll have people building within 25 feet. And I mean, without the thing I didn't see in here that I would just want to, talk more to members about is some kind of mechanism for helping builders, contractors, realtors, homeowners know that this rule exists so they don't get caught in a situation where they built with no knowledge that they were in violation and face this really horrible situation, because I think the public has told us repeatedly that they want to see their water be good and good for fish. So those are just some comments. I don't have any other questions at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyperson McKee, do you just still have your light on, or do you?
No, I actually forgot it, but I'd like to say something anyway, if that's okay.
Okay, since you've already spoken though, so can I go to this
Oh,
side
sure.
of the room first?
Yep, I'll turn it off and then you
Okay,
can.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a specific question about the recommended ordinance from the Water Body Setback Advisory Board, and it's probably, I think Alex might be able to answer this, because this is a little confusing, and I've read this, the drafts, and then I've read this, and it references this section of code, then that section of code, and that section of code. So it does say that you have to get a land use permit, am I correct? Now, is that, it's confusing to me. Do you have to get a land use permit if you disturb the ground within 75 feet of the lake? According to this ordinance.
Go ahead, sir.
To Assemblymember Sumner, through the mayor, this is Alex Strawn. So the way it's written right now, if you did what's called ground disturbing activity, which is really defined as bringing heavy mechanized machinery along a waterfront, then yes, you would have to get a land use permit to do that ground disturbing activity.
Is that just lakes or any water bodies?
So that particular standard would apply to all water bodies.
And does an engineer have to prepare this permit?
So I think that That's a good question. So I think the answer is yes, Injure would have to prepare that permit.
So we're talking about, I mean, in my mind, this is a Civil Engineer Job Security Act.
Okay. For the Assemblyperson Fanoff, go ahead.
To Mr. Kindig. I guess my question to you is, when it was specifically building setback, how did the kennels, stables, storm water, I mean, we got like snow, stockpiling, fertilizer, how did it, if tanks, how did they get from the building setback to all these other things that was not, I mean, what was the,
I want to say, Alex, what page is he on in this?
I think I had it open on 120. I think page 7 out of 23 has kind of some of those items lists. I just want to know how it got from that to that.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So the question is, how did they come to sort of put these things in the ordinance, these general standards that would apply to water bodies?
Yeah, I guess the things that the setback specifically for the from the building that was, you know, we're arguing to have all these other things that are not building, and we're talking things that kind of knocking at it. How did they all come and perforate it into this?
Go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor, thank you. So, you know, the first few meetings were really educational, and like I said, at the joint Planning Commission Assembly meeting, where we listened to a lot of different experts talk about the repercussions of development along water bodies, and my opinion of why these things ended up in this ordinance is that there was a desire to allow a path forward going close to the 75 feet, but also while maintaining water quality. And through the learning process, they learned that there were the causes of water quality issues surrounding development. This was identified as one of the things that can cause water quality issues when people develop along a lake. So they opted to put that in there.
Okay, and follow up. Is it true that in the original draft there was no path for the new construction to get that path, the 45 to 75, and it's not until the legal department said that those provisions need to be in place now that they're there?
Go ahead, sir.
So that's correct. Throughout the last couple of years, the draft ordinance that has been sort of evolving over time allowed a path for houses that were constructed from 87 to present to go closer than 75 feet, but not going forward. They really wanted to maintain a 75-foot setback going forward. However, when there was quite a bit of analysis done by our legal department, and they determined that had an equal protection issue, and so the board decided to change the rules so that it applies not just in the past, but also prospectively to new developers that want to develop near a water body, so they could go up to 45 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee, do you have a, thank you for your patience.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So in order to fix those hundreds of people who, their property, who are closer than the 75, is there, I mean, I read about all the little, little as a pejorative term, I didn't mean it that way. All the, you know, things that a signal goes off when something's leaking or something like that. Do they really have to make any changes, or just, you know, get with it when something happens? Because I was thinking about it. If you have a law and you decide that you don't want to follow it, and you hope nobody catches you, it's kind of like taking the second commandment. Awful lot of people say Jesus Christ and they're not saying a prayer. So we'll throw out the second commandment, whatever the number is, because it didn't work for everybody. That feels to me like if we compromise here, that's kind of what we're doing. And I don't know what the legal argument is. Well, you can't do it for these people, but you can do it going forward. How's that looking?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah,
But,
I kinda
so this would, so it's unfortunate you did not make it to the Joint Planning
I
Commission
know.
Assembly meeting where I described all of this.
Yeah.
But so they are recommending that there would be sort of an early detection system, that we would have additional compliance staff that would monitor water bodies. And if somebody has like a dozer or an excavator on a piece of property on a water body, that we would essentially catch them early and say, hey, before they pour a foundation, that they actually come in to get a permit so that they know what the rules are and that they're complying with the
Yeah.
rules. And I'm trying to think of the other parts of your question here. But so this being able to go within 45 feet, up to 45 feet of a water body with a permit and standards would apply. It would be the new law of the land. It would not be that you'd have grandfather rights. It wouldn't be a variance. It would just be a
wow.
permit process that says you are allowed to go up to 45 feet if you meet these standards.
Jiminy Christmas, I don't like that. I'm sorry, that was just, I don't like that. I wouldn't vote for that.
Understand?
Is there anybody else that has, any other members of the committee? I saw CJ, and I know she's on this thing. Are we allowed to call anybody else up and see what their thoughts are on it?
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
To Assemblymember McKee, this piece of legislation is not in front of the body. It's
do
for
know.
them to report to you.
Oh,
I think ultimately it's up to the assembly if they want to hear from other members of the committee, the entire body.
Okay. Is there any objection from the rest? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we have a lot to get through tonight, and I think we have the results, the recommendation in front of us. We can read it at our leisure. We don't need to waste the public's time, waxing, going over this repeatedly.
Okay. Ready?
Madam
Anybody
Mayor.
else?
Madam Mayor.
Hours. Okay, go ahead, online.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Assemblymember Sumner. We have the report.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyperson Hours. Go ahead.
I would appreciate, if not to put Ms. Cohn on the spot, but we have a body that approved this 7-0, and I would appreciate hearing from somebody who supported this, just in terms of, this is a report that, this group spent a year plus on. I don't want to put her on the spot, but she's pretty good about if there's thoughts that she could give us in terms of representing the committee's work. I think, in a short amount of time here, less than 5 minutes, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Kendig, the vote was 7-0, but it sounds from your testimony tonight that you weren't in favor of this plan. So how was the vote 7-0?
I was flying, wasn't able to
Oh, you weren't
attend.
able to make it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So is there strong objection to Assemblyperson Hours giving 5 minutes to CJ? Yeah, because I think it would be nice to have somebody that's in favor of what they've given us, right? Instead of somebody editorializing, standing up there and saying, he's not in favor, but he's supposed to be presenting what they passed. So I'm going to call her up. You can call me out of order if you want to. I'm going to call her up. Come on up, CJ.
Madam Mayor, I have a correction to make on something that I said earlier to Assemblymember Sumner. I did want to clarify that to get the land use permit for clearing along a water body, you would not need to hire an engineer. It's only if you're building closer than 75 feet that you'd have to hire an engineer to come up with all the steps.
Yes, get up here. So try to keep it to 2 or 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The one thing I do want to read.
Go ahead and state your name, please.
Sorry.
That's okay.
CJ Cohn. I am also the chair of the Planning Commission, speaking for the water body setback. In the scope of duties that we received from the Assembly, it states this. The Water Body Setback Advisory Board is empowered to review and recommend any changes to Borough Code relating to water body setbacks and related issues. These related issues should include variances, nonconformities, how to deal with structures built in violation of the 1973 and 1987 ordinances, possible remedies for structures in violation, and any other issues the board believes are pertinent. I keep hearing that all we were dealing with are buildings. All other things pertinent, it was in our order, and we took it serious. One of the other things, I was going through our packets today, and this was one of the very first things that we went through. And I apologize that my phone is ringing. In this packet was all kinds of what kind of pollutions there are in the water and everything else. Well, why did we spend days going through this if we wouldn't consider it? So there were multiple things that were considered in this. We didn't just do the easy route and say, it's not necessary, let's get rid of it, because that's the easy route, right? Well, good luck with that, because then we will no longer have fish, we will no longer have clean water for our families to use. So that's my 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the assembly?
Just
Yes,
a
Madam
big
Mayor?
thank you to the committee who spent hours and hours pouring through that. Thank you.
Go ahead, who's online?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank the committee as well. They spent a lot of time and effort on this, and I think they've done a fantastic job. So thank you all very much.
Okay, ready? Yes, Assembly Person Sumner.
I just also want to echo that. I may not agree with what they came up with, but I do appreciate the time and the effort put into it.
Thank you, Assembly Person Fauna.
Yeah, I think we have at least one, maybe a couple more members on the setback instead of having a Q&A. I would welcome if each of them also got a couple minutes if needed, because I think that gives a perspective how we, seen.
Well, let's do it this way, if this is acceptable to the clerk. If we want to talk more to the committee, then let's put it on a future agenda and have them give us more than just the printed recommendation that we have, okay? And that will give proper notification to everybody that's on the committee for them to be able to come. And if they did page 3, they'll be able to talk to us about page 3. So, Madam Clerk, if you will at some time put that on a future agenda, and we'll extend an invitation to the members of the committee, and we can hear then the full committee's in feelings, direction, decisions, okay? Is there any objection to that?
I object.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move it, so. It's interesting to me, and I am really going to enterprise here. Several years ago, and George can attest to this, there was a police task force that was done by the borough. And I wasn't here at that time, but they called people in from the community, asked for their input. They did a lot of research. We did the same thing for the road task force, right? We wanted to hear. That still sits on the shelf someplace. So as far as I'm concerned, next time we do a task force, we're either going to give them ample opportunity to present it to us and talk to us why they have it, and then, because otherwise we're wasting their time. We just wasted a year and a half time. And so, anyway, that's my editorial. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report?
I do not.
No, this is only the report to the assembly. You can discuss it under audience participation, and when we bring it back to the assembly and have the time with the assembly and the committee, there will be time at that time to talk, but not at this point on this agenda. Assembly Person McKee.
And so we had one objection. Does that mean we vote on it, or we're?
I rule.
I'm sorry?
I rule.
Good for you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, Assemblyperson.
Just so that, just to make sure that people understand, we're still going to have audience participation today, and they will be able to speak on any matters, including this one, and everybody will get the 3 minutes. So if you came here to speak on this, I believe it's coming up, and everybody can talk about anything they want. So I just wanted to show you guys.
Yeah, we do. We will have audience participate. We'll have 2 of them tonight, as always. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney, did you have a report?
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
The clerk's report is in your red folder. It also contains next Tuesday's joint Assembly School Board Committee agenda. And also for the Assembly, I do have jury duty April 1st through the 11th. And then April 14th through the 25th, I'm going to go on vacation. So just so everybody knows. Then we have Assembly member hours.
Oh, Assemblyperson now. Go ahead.
A couple meetings ago, we had a person approach us about adding a second public hearing on our, some of our meetings. And so
Special meetings.
on our special meetings. So I spoke to the clerk about adding a second public hearing at the end for our joint meetings that we have and for our strategic planning meetings. And so I guess I'm looking for support to ask the clerk. She said all we need to do is direct her to add to those agendas.
So would that require code changes?
To the mayor, no, it does not require code changes. The only one agenda that's codified in code is the regular meeting agenda.
Okay, all right. So what are the feelings of the rest of the Assembly regarding those other audience participations to work sessions and special meetings?
It's just to the joint meetings with the planning commission, school board, and the planning sessions, the retreats, if I said that correctly.
Those 3
Assembly member
things?
hours, okay.
Okay. Any objection to the clerk doing that? Okay, I don't hear any objection. Okay. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Is there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Hearing none, they are presented. And then, Madam Clerk, information memorandums.
IM 25048, reporting the conclusion of contract for bid 23099B with Big Dipper Construction for a final contract amount of $1,979,601.45 to construct Station 62 training pad. IM 25076, informing the Assembly of submittal of a USDA Forest Service federal fiscal year 2025 community wildfire defense grant application requesting $540,328 to purchase equipment and cover wages for wildfire mitigation activities. IM 25081, informing the Assembly of the manager's signature on 5 grant applications for submission to the Alaska State Library for the Alaska Public Library Assistance Grant.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. Now we'll come to audience participation, and then we do have a sign-up sheet, and we will call on those people first. And then after that, if anybody else wants to testify, they most certainly can on, as Assemblyperson Fauna said, on their audience participation, you can discuss anything with the Assembly, whether it's on the agenda or not. So the first person that signed up is Michelle Hume.
Good evening, Mayor DeVries, Assembly members, borough officials, and staff. My name is Michelle Hune. I'm here to speak on the water body setback, Resolution 2401. I'm a District 1 resident. Our family has lived in our home off of East Smith Road Extension in the Lazy Acre subdivision for over 42 years, and McRoberts Creek Trail runs right behind my home. I also own and operate our small family remote lodge located on a lake in Borough District 7, as well as a parcel in the Alexander Creek area. So I have a vested interest in the work done by the Water Body Setback Advisory Board. I'm here to voice my support for the board and what they've done, recommending changes to Mat-Su Borough Code 1702, 1755, 1765, 1780, and 17125, relating to water body setbacks and related issues. I'm hopeful the written report presented to you folks will provide possible solutions to identify challenges early on and mitigate potential structural damages. As one of the planning commissioners said last night, the valley is the fastest growing area in the state, with Connect Fairview leading that growth. I would like to add the east side, particularly between Lazy Mountain and Plumley Road, is exploding with over 420 housing lots developed or proposed to be developed, exposing the borough to even more unexpected challenges. Responsible development growth is critical to the expansion of our neighborhoods and the borough as a whole. The work done by the selected professionals on the advisory board took almost 2 years, and the recommended draft ordinance changes in the report, at the least, should move forward by this body for discussion. Please consider approving the report for the benefit of the development borough-wide. Let's stop kicking the can down the road. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, Father?
Good day, Madam Mayor and some people. I recently signed up for SB 92, but I've changed. I would like to request, I'd like to say first and foremost, I really appreciate the time and effort the Planning Commission did on the planning of Selden and Bogard Road. I only request, if we possibly can, on the borough's website, have that particular plan route on the website that we can explode it so we can actually see it. Because the information was given to us, I'm an old man, I couldn't see it. But also individual on the assembly recommend to have the overlay of the plots or the land on that particular parcels. I request that, and I think that would be very helpful for us to determine and have input to the assembly on this particular very crucial matter in regards to the planning of Bogard and Selden routes. Thank you for letting me speak.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mary?
Good evening. My name is Mary Robinson. I'm a Matsu Borough resident, and I represent myself. I want to thank Rabbi Greenberg for his inspirational words, and I will do my best to keep my snark to a minimum. I want to thank you applying for the Alaska Public Library Assistance Grants, particularly as President Trump's executive order of March 14th, gutting the Institute of Museum and Library Services, hereafter referred to as IMLS. IMLS grants to states in Alaska include Battle of the Books, Summer Reading Program, Talking Book Center, Alaska Digital Library, which includes Libby and Overdrive, and Alaska Books by Mail. It is a travesty that communities across the United States that depend on funding and the Institute of Museum and Library Services, if President Trump has his way, will not exist. And that is completely wrong. Thank you for considering the sustainable organic materials compost. Developing a compost facility has been something that we've talked about for a long, long time, and I'm glad to see that that's happening. Currently, the Borough Library Advisory Board has an open seat for Palmer. It's been open for almost 3 months, and there's one applicant. I ask the Assembly to wait before you decide on the Palmer seat for the Library Advisory Board. I believe several applications have been received in the past few days, and currently only one applicant. Wait and see who else applies. I'm trying to be nice, so I'm keeping my snark to a minimum. I just ask you to wait at least until the next meeting, 2 weeks away, and see if anyone else applies. Lastly, let's see, who else do I want to thank? I want to thank, in all sincerity, for speedily reopening the Wasilla Pool. I'm a swimmer, actually former borough employee, lifeguard, and a water safety instructor. Water is my happy place, and I was cautiously pessimistic that it might take until April or May for the Wasilla pool to open. So thank you for opening it in a speedy manner. So thank you for all the good things you do. And yeah, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Linda?
My name is Linda Spohn. Last week I attended the Library Citizens Advisory Committee meeting. The committee read Anne Frank's diary, The Graphic Adaptation. Now I'm talking about two different books here. I read the original book, Anne Frank's diary, when I was a teenager. I cried my tender young heart out for this girl and her family. This was a very dark and sad time in world history. To put this time in history into context, my dad was 15 years old in 1941 when Pearl Harbor was bombed. A young man from my dad's hometown went down on the battleship Arizona. Every eligible young man in my dad's hometown signed up to serve and left. My dad's older brother went right away, and my dad begged his parents to sign for him to go when he turned 16 a few months later. His parents had just sent their oldest son off, so they would not sign. So my dad begged for another year, and when he turned 17, at the top of 1943, they signed. Now I can tell you, if my dad at 17 years old can join the Marines, cross an ocean he had never seen, and fight in a world war against Marxism, socialism, and communism, you can bet I will fight against Marxism, socialism, and communism right here in America, infiltrated in our libraries, government, and institutions. The book Anne Frank's diary, the graphic adaptation, the one they read this past time, is changing history into degeneracy and should be removed from our taxpayer-funded libraries. Some of the Library Citizens Advisory Committee said it had historical value, so they voted to move it to the adult section. The truth is the book perverts the original, which not everybody read the original, first-person writing of a young Jewish girl who died in a concentration camp, people. The book is racist and taints the character of this young Jewish girl that was portrayed in the original first-person writing of her diary. Some argued it was historical fiction emphasizing the fiction and saying it should be placed in the historical fiction area of the adult section. If the author wanted to write historical fiction, maybe the title and main character should have been fictitious as well, rather than perverting and changing real historical writing by an innocent young Jewish girl. Only one person in the LCAC mentioned that she also read the original book, and she was in favor of removal of the graphic adaptation from the library, or at the very least, moving it to the adult section. The book is garbage and should not be purchased with taxpayer funds. No grant funding until all DEI, LGBTQ, transgendering minors, and obscene material is removed according to President Trump's executive order. Also, Jackie Goforth would be really good on the library board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sam
Tinkersley?
Sam?
Yay.
Thank you for understanding, so.
No problem. Very few people get it right.
Okay. Well, that gives me a little bit of comfort.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Sam Tanksley. I know last time I was here, I spoke on property tax, and I was going to cover that again, but instead I want to talk about oil and gas as briefly as I could. And I would like to preface that with saying that I've done research and I got most of my resources from alaska.gov, calling the Bureau of Land Management. And what I'm able to understand so far is based upon that research, and I'm open to anybody else to give me more input if I'm missing something or if I'm incorrect about anything. And I'm going to take it like an adult. So as I understand it, that Alaska is very rich in minerals, and oil is obviously one of them, and we use that for almost everything. The plastic covers on phones have oil in them. The grease we put in our hair has oil in it. Tires have oil in it, et cetera, et cetera. At the same time, Alaska, and I visited Texas a couple times, we have some of the highest costs of gas, which to me doesn't make any sense. If a state is strong with a resource and the governance of that state is set up to make benefits for the citizens inside the state, I believe the resources we have should be available to citizens of that state for less than what we're allowing other people outside the state to buy it for. And so I believe that we should have our own refinery, we should have our own oil company, and it should be open to Alaskans at a discounted rate if either of those facilities are paid for with Alaskan tax dollars. Because when you have a system that's set up for the citizens to benefit from it repeatedly, first of all, I can't find any citizen who has the thing working between their ears working well that would object to that. Secondly, that opens up employment for people inside the state to work in such a facility. And then thirdly, it benefits using the taxpayer dollars as an investment rather than spending on a project that may or may not work. We know oil refineries work. We know that digging for oil works. We know that power plants work. I've worked at a power plant. I'm about to go to Healy, Alaska in a couple of weeks to work on another one. So I believe that it should be organized where in which citizens' money is being spent responsibly, which means it's going back to the citizen and it's going back to them in an investment manner rather than requesting money and spending on something that may work or may not work. I don't know anybody who wants to get rid of their car anytime soon. I know a lot of people who don't like walking, and I know elderly people have a harder time walking than most young people do. But that should be set up, and I don't think that that's my personal opinion. I believe that's the feeling of most people I've met in the state that I've spoken to, but it's not been presented enough. That part is my opinion. And a lot of people may not have that idea before them. And like I said, if anybody else has any other input on that, I'm more than welcome to hear it. I was at this meeting. I won't be at the next one because I'm going to be in Healy. But as soon as I get back, I'll be here again. Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll see you then. DJ McBride.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Assembly members. I'm DJ McBride, Chair of RSA 15, Caswell Lakes, and this is the third time I've made the 120-mile round trip to speak on 2517. I've already talked about the fact that Assembly Member Bernier did not consult with or notify the RSAs or the residents about this, and that if the RSA or the residents wanted 5 members, they can ask for it, and they've yet to have done so. I've also talked about how difficult it is to get 3 members, never mind 5 members, to sit on an RSA board. I've also talked about it's very difficult to meet a quorum of 3. It's hard enough with 2, 3 will be even more difficult once fishing and hunting season comes in. I've also talked about how our RSA and our community, the Susitna Community Council and the big board have all sent you letters and resolutions and probably called you about this. We're all against it. So now let's talk about the performance of the only 5-member RSA boards. Last meeting, Resolution 25020 was introduced, which calls for the removal of all the board members on the Big Lake RSA 21 board because, and I quote, it is dysfunctional, frequently at odds with each other, internally combative, and provides average to poor service. This meeting, Ordinance 25-024 will be introduced. This is to reduce the Connect RSA 17's board from 5 members to 3 members due to a lack of participation. So that means that all 5-member boards have failed 100% of the time so far. As I mentioned before, it's very hard to get 3 people, never mind 5 people on a board. Last meeting, there were two gentlemen that spoke in favor of the 5-member RSA board, and I'd like you to keep in mind that those two gentlemen don't live in District 7. They live in Big Lake, and they sit on the RSA board there. In conclusion, please, this will only make things worse. It will not make things better. Please listen to your boards. Thank you very much.
Andy?
Hello, Mayor DeVries and members of the Assembly. My name is Andy Couch. I serve on the Mat-Su-Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I was just drafted to come here and briefly say that the commission really has not had an opportunity to look at the document from the Water Body Advisory Board as it was still being prepped at our last meeting. One of the members of the advisory board is on our commission. And the only thing that we would request is that we have an opportunity to look at and comment on the document. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Bruce Owens. Bruce?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly
Good evening.
members. It's always a privilege to come here and speak. Before I talk about what I got to say, I do want to say we do live in the best borough, and it's a direct reflection of you guys, and we are the gold shining star in the state, in my opinion. I do want to talk about what's on the agenda tonight. It's OR 25-047, the compensation and reimbursement. It's basically talking about a pay raise for the Assembly members. Just some quick notes that I have on here. The base pay for the Assembly members was approved in 1979 for $6,000. And then in 2007, it must have been revisited, and they added a $20 per diem for every single day of the year, which totaled $7,300. I get per diem for my job, but it's only on days that I work. I've never heard of people getting a per diem every day, which that made the base pay and the per diem combined for a total package of $13,300, that which was approved in 2009. This is a part-time position with the Assembly. That also includes benefits package of health and life insurance and a borough retirement plan. Now, I do understand being in public service, there's a lot of hours that go unaccounted. It's a thankless job. I do understand that. But we started this meeting tonight talking about a budget in the whole of $653 million. So my first question is, where's this pay raise that's going to come from $13,300 to $45,400? Where's that money coming from? That's a $32,100 increase in pay. For all 7 members, we're looking at nearly $225,000 added to the year. Inflation is hurting everybody. I understand that. I've been in the public sector for nearly 30 years. There's been plenty of times where I had to use a credit card to buy groceries. I got no pay because the government shut down. So I do understand your job. And I do understand, I will agree that probably a pay raise is definitely warranted for. But a $32,000 pay raise when people are hurting as much as you guys are claiming to? There's other people that are suffering from inflation that can't afford house payments, that can't afford car payments that are on average of $1,000. So I'd really like to see the numbers, where this money's going to come from, and really think about your constituents out here that are barely getting by also. And I'll end it with this. I do appreciate all you guys. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Bruce. Jean?
My name is Jean Holt, and I'm a concerned resident of the Mat-Su-Borough's water body setback since 1986. Good evening, Mayor DeVries, Assembly members, Assistant Manager, and attorneys of the Mat-Su-Borough. The Water Body Setback Advisory Board members were all appointed by the mayor and dealt a hand on how to solve the problems that have developed over the last 52 years with water body setbacks within the borough. This has not been an easy task for the advisory board. They were assigned clearly what was required of the board. The Water Body Setback Advisory Board met these goals. The board addressed those properties that were not in compliance with recommendations along with timelines of past, present, and future lakefront properties with required regulations. Again, not an easy task for the Mat-Su Water Body Setback Advisory Board, considering the Mat-Su Borough has not addressed the problems. Basically, the borough gave out many variances whenever a lakefront property owner needed to rectify their problem. The violation was caused by the owner to choose to ignore or was so-called not aware of the water body setback of 75 feet. Both the borough and the property owners are to blame. Another important topic is equal protection of lakefront property owners. This was a short memo written by the borough attorney to the Water Body Setback Advisory Board just a month ago. The Mat-Su attorneys threw this so-called discrimination clause to the advisory board, blindsiding all the hard work the board had accomplished over the last 16 months. Legal counsel advised recommending changing the existing ordinance of 75 feet water body to 75 to 45 feet. This does not ring right. Also, they had a vote, and when they did do that vote, they barely had a quorum when they changed it from 75 feet to 75 to 45 feet in between there. They didn't want this to get thrown out by the assembly. So they felt pressure of how they came up with this equal protection. This does not ring right. Then we have lakefront property owners who rightfully follow borough code that states habitable structures to be 75 feet from the water. What about us? There's a lot for the assembly to consider. I'm in favor of what the board did. I'm not, and this is long overdue. I have three concerns: maintaining the existing setback, more enforcement needed, and the Mat-Su Borough is the largest borough in Alaska and the fastest growing borough. The Mat-Su Borough is at a pivoting point with our Valley of the Lakes. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Jean. Karen? Okay, all right, thank you. Jackie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Jackie Goforth. Honor and integrity are not just words to me. They're a creed. And I believe it would be a good asset for the library board. What you have in front of you is something that happened on January 21st. And if you recall, that's the day that President Trump signed an EO saying that no more transgender. Do you remember that? Well, that day, that evening, I spoke about this because the library wanted to move $41,000 from a grant for internet services to the library to use. You remember that? Well, in February, during the library board meeting, there was a group called the Rose Group, and they kept trying to speak with board members. And one of the board members wanted to know where the funding was coming from, and as you can see from what the manager of Parks and Recs and Library said, it used to be used for technology and internet, but we don't use it for that anymore. So it was sitting in a fund basically for several years, and we were able to appropriate it for strategic planning. Okay, who appropriated it and where? Next, I'd like you to meet the Rose Group. It wasn't hard to find because they'd left him a phone message with the first three numbers, and the first three numbers were South Dakota. So you find the Rose Group International. Now I want to introduce you to them. They're on page 3.
We build team processes and teams designed for operational excellence, okay? Next, that is from the KTNA News interview, and it is with one of the people who came up here, and they're not talking anything about internet. They're talking about things like changing the climate and going against the president's orders, in case you're wondering. This is the topic headings of what happened in Talkeetna. See? They had strengths and threats. Strengths and threats. Threats? Do you know what their threats are? Representation in some of the library committees, they consider that a threat. Book challenges, they consider that a threat. Political climate in regard to sexual education, they would consider that a threat. You know, there's a conversation on an airplane you're going to hear about now too, telling you exactly what those people were up here to do. Okay? It was to do a woke agenda. Now let's look at the Rose Group. Let's look at the Rose Group's invoice, shall we? They invoiced the borough for internet services. This company doesn't do internet services. Why did we pay out on internet services when they don't do it? Now, do you want to know they're calling it a threat to book challenge? The books I have challenged so far are the tip of the iceberg. Look at that last one. This last one is from a book I am challenging tomorrow. It is in a library here in the Valley, and they have a thing called gay orgies. And in the gay orgies, they have scat orgies. Now, for those people who are outdoorsmen, they know what that means. But if you look at the glossary in the back of this book, it says eating poop. You do understand how degenerative these books are. If that's what they consider a threat. Honor and integrity, people. This looks like misappropriation of funds and fraud. Thank you.
Victoria?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mhm.
Members of the committee. My name is Victoria Paulson. I'm here regarding the water body setback. Someone suggested to me that, and I quote, "I've no skin in this game." It's true that I have no property with water body shoreline or stream coverage, nor do I have direct financial interest relating to the product of the Water Body Setback Committee. But that really is part of the reason that I choose to stand here, because I know that you're hearing from the people who do have those conditions. I want you to hear from the people who are not on the playing field. But to get here, to feel some integrity, as Jackie had, I had to do some homework. I attended 3 meetings of the setback board. I wanted to see who the participants were, what the sense was of the board. But I also, in late nights, listened to the audio of 7 meetings. And that led me to a total of 10 of their final meetings. And in that, I got to observe and to hear a committee, a group that I felt really came together and picked out from one another a resourcefulness, a thought process that was determined, was savvy, was persevering, one that, should I be in a position of wanting advice, I would cherry pick and use them for my needs, just as you must. Would I like everything about their proposal? Do I like everything about their proposal? No. But at the same time, given the current legal climate, the current law, the proposal is appropriate. I support it. I think you should too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Victoria Hudson.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Victoria Hudson, and I'm from the city of Palmer as a regular resident. That's what I'm speaking here tonight. Just a typical resident. Several weeks ago, I received an interesting and concerning phone call. The caller shared that they had overheard a conversation between two individuals who appeared to be discussing their work with the borough's libraries. One of the key statements made on this plane ride was that the consultant had been contracted by this assembly to strategically plan how to deal with Trump supporters and the anti-trans agenda in the borough. This raised red flags for me, especially since the person was discussing their involvement with local school librarians and public libraries. Yet this assembly's funding and oversight should primarily lie with the public libraries, not the school libraries, correct? I confirm that the individual mentioned in the conversation was indeed contracted by the borough, and I began looking into the timing of this contract. A consulting group was hired by this assembly to impact 5 cities within the borough, and their work was reportedly focused on strategic planning. How does this relate to the federal funds the borough received for technology and internet services in the libraries? In a meeting I reviewed, Hugh Leslie, a key figure involved in this process, discussed how funds were originally intended for technology and internet purposes. He stated that these funds were sitting unused for years and were then appropriated for strategic planning. When asked about the source of the funds, he confirmed they were federal funds. This revelation is concerning because it suggests that federal funds earmarked for technology were redirected towards an agenda that may not align with the intended purpose and potentially misused to fund political and social planning that is contrary to the majority's values in this borough. I am also aware that topics like representation in library committees, threats to the Talkeetna Library, and book challenges are being discussed within the context of current political climate. These discussions signal a shift in library priorities that may not align with the values of our community, especially when it comes to federal funds. This raises a bigger question. Are the Assembly and Mayor truly conducting the necessary due diligence to ensure that these funds are being allocated appropriately and not misused for political or ideological agendas? Are you all allowing a misappropriation of federal funds to promote a woke agenda in libraries, especially given the conservative leanings of the community? As stated on their website, this consultancy claims their purpose is to help reduce and shorten resistance timelines and avoid brick walls. Well, let me make one thing perfectly clear. I am the brick wall, and I will not allow a borough assembly or any to push any agenda in our libraries, schools, or other departments that seek to promote a woke ideology in a community that values its conservative principles. So while they may be trying to shorten timelines and avoid resistance, I'll be here standing firm, ensuring that the timeline doesn't get shorter and that the resistance doesn't get easier, not on my watch. As a result of my findings and evidence, I have reported this issue to Doja, Alaska for further investigation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Travis? You want to speak? You can speak at this time, or you can wait till the second audience participation. What do you wish, sir? Okay. Yes, you can speak at it on anything. Go ahead, sir. It's on.
I know, just clearing my throat.
Go ahead.
Well, my name is Travis Friesen. I live in Palmer. And when I came here, I knew that I needed to come here to speak on something for a reason, but I didn't know until I looked through the agenda, and then I found out what it was. So I guess I'm here right now about the grants for having towns for recycling and compost. And I love that idea. And I also think that a lot of people don't realize the benefits, and also they have some preconceived misconceptions that recycling could be can be expensive in composting. Well, that I don't believe that. With the composting, all you need is some land, a place to put all your food scraps and whatnot, and a shovel or bulldozer, and that's it. And over time, it heats up and turns into compost. Not only a cost-saving measure, also profitable. You could turn that. You can sell that stuff. I think there are some other companies that sells compost. So maybe other towns can do the same thing too. And with small towns that don't have enough people to support a full-fledged recycling center like we have, well, in Anchorage they have these dumpsters that that's all sorted out, where they have a dumpster for glass, a dumpster for cardboard, paper, plastic, you name it. And they could have their own transfer sites, and then when it gets full, you just take it to the recycling center. It's as simple as that. So I think people need to be more educated on that, and I think it'll benefit not just the whole borough, but Alaska. And I also wanted to see us be a world leader in that. And originally I wasn't going to speak about that because I already signed up twice, and I also thought what else to speak of, and I thought, well, we need some oil refineries. Texas has it; they're able to refine their own oil. Why can't we? With the emerging technology, with the emergence of technology and robotics, we could use robots to combat the staff shortage, and as well as addressing other positions that are too dangerous even for us puny humans. So I think we need to get on board with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Van?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assistant Borough Manager, and Assembly members. My name is Ellen Van, and I want to speak about the water body setbacks. I have been to 2 presentations, lengthy, wonderful, detailed presentations about this. What I learned is these people studied for months. They studied all the inconsistencies in the laws that are so vexing, all the unfairness that has happened with some being permitted, some not, in the setbacks. What are the biological considerations? What are some solutions? They called in experts, they studied some more. And my conclusion is, what if we got it right this time? What if this is the right way to go? When you have real estate people, biologists, and planners all working on the same thing and giving all those hours to study and to figuring out real solutions. Wow. So don't you dare put down a plan before you looked at it and before you learned about it and before you heard some more from these people. This is a good plan. It takes in a lot of complexities and comes out with real practical solutions. Is it perfect? It never will be. Is it in the right direction? You bet. So I wholeheartedly support your idea, Madam Mayor, of let's hear a presentation. Let's not have people spouting off their opinions before we really know what we're talking about. So take a good look at it and be very proud of the people that you appointed that have truly been good citizens. Thanks much.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Loy? Thought I saw. No, only one time, sir. Okay. Stephen Edwards?
Hello again, Stephen Edwards on the RSA 27 Meadow Lakes. So I want to speak on 25017 again. So we have some new developments to discuss, and I guess there's a help with the amendment that was put forth by Mr. Fonoff, helps relieve the impact on 5 of the 6 RSAs, but mine is still left impacted. And so I still have the same oppositions that over a long period of time, 3 members is hard to maintain, but if we can, so far we've been able to. So whether or not the amendment passes, I still remain in opposition to mandating the 5 members. Now, as it currently stands, as most of you know from the vacancy report, there is at least 5 people have applied to my RSA, and so I'm happy to see that participation. I guess and 1 person was appointed, so my board is full at 3 now. And then there's these other people on the thing. So speaking from my RSA, I sort of have a proposal. If this could be put off, either defeated, and then we'll revisit it if these 5 people want to be on the board and demonstrate it, then we'll revisit it. But so either put it off or defeat it. But if you put it off, my proposal is this: invite these people to come to my meeting. They've applied now, expressed an interest. I'm happy to see them there, and I encourage them to come to the meetings for maybe a year or so and see how it goes. And I will, as I always have, allow them to express their opinion. Any public member can speak, and we give equal time to them. And so I would ask that they come to it with your invitation and listen and participate as much as they want, and then give you feedback as to whether or not they disagree with what we're doing or not. And I hope that's not the case, but I hope that you would hear that they feel just as welcome as if they were board members. And if they feel that way, then they can continue to come. But please don't mandate the 5-member board, because that's going to be a problem in the future if some of these people don't participate. I'm not going to hold secret meetings with any other person anyway, so it doesn't matter if I have 3 or 5. I'm not going to have secret meetings. So let's just try that on my board, and the rest of them should be off with the amendment, and maybe just the whole idea maybe go away for until another year or something. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Steve. Richard Stoffel?
Hi, I'm Richard Stockholm from Palmer, and I want to address this an ordinance you're going to be working on, passing an ordinance amending Title 25 elections. Well, the main issue in this whole thing is that you all broke the hand count only ordinance. You bought and used something other than, I'm not going to get into that other part, you used something other than hand counting to count the votes in the last borough election. That is against the ordinance, that is against the law. So, if we, the people, would have done something like that, we would be prosecuted. But the elite,
Thank you, Richard. Margaret, what would you say that is? You? Oh, Stern. Yeah, she's coming. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly. It's great to see you all in person. I've never been down here, and it's pretty exciting to be up in front here. I'm here today. My name is Margaret Stern. I'm here to address the Water Body Setback Advisory Board recommendations. I want to say that I attended many of those meetings. It was really striking to me that the members of the advisory board were from a lot of diverse, different expertise, and it was really great to listen to them come together and address the issues that they were meant to address. And I'm not very well prepared today to speak to this, but I just really hope that you take their recommendations into account. They had a lot of incredibly thoughtful discussions that had great concern for members of the community. And a lot of back and forth went on trying to really parse apart the best option for the communities, for water quality, and for future development in the region. And I hope that you take their recommendations into account moving forward. And I appreciated your statement, Edna, of stating that, or Madam Mayor, that this shouldn't be just tossed aside. So much time and effort and work went into this, and I really hope that this moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ned Sparks. Ned?
Hello, my name is Ned Sparks.
Hi.
I reside in the unrepresented portion of the borough. That would be the Caswell Lakes RSA 15. We are being tasked with 5-member board, probably, potentially, without anybody inquiring from anyone that lives in that area. Our representative is not a representative. He's not been and doesn't engage with anyone in our district. So how can he propose this? In my district, we have an FSA that's a 3-man board, and it's been down a member for 2 years. How are we going to come up with 3 more members to man a board? Community participation is at an all-time low. My council has struggled to get quorums half of the meetings a year. And I've been on that council for a long time. It's a battle. I really, really am disappointed in our representation and the fact that this was presented without any input from the community. And I urge you to consider keeping things at a 3-man board. At least they'll function. They won't function if they go to 5-man boards. They'll never have a quorum. They'll struggle to get them, and they'll never fill all 5 seats. You may fill them the first week, the first year. They'll fall off. I've been on the council for 10 years, and I know my district. Thank you.
Thanks, Ned. All righty, that was all of the people that signed up. Now we will open it. Yes, come on. So we'll open it up to anybody else that wants to testify, and then we'll see if there are people online. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Bill Clevesaddle. I was a member of the Water Body Setback Advisory Board, the professional. But since I can only speak on one subject, I'll save that for later for the other opportunity unless I can say
No,
something.
you can speak on as many subjects now, and if you speak now, you cannot speak on the next audience participation.
Oh, perfect then.
So,
Okay.
Go for it. Tell us all of it.
Okay, thank you. Well, in response to Mr. Assemblymember Sumner's recommendation, I actually supported adding other qualified professionals to the to the people that could prepare these plans, namely landscape architects, because while we engineers, we're good with numbers. I know we have one landscape architect here in the borough that is very qualified, and she's supporting the city of Wasilla with the Fred Meyer runoff and the Cottonwood Creek infiltration. So we have opened it up for others. And the entire ordinance we came together with was a compromise. Not one of us walked out of there feeling like that all of our wishes were met, but it was a compromise. Namely, the reduction from the 75-foot setback to 45. That is only allowed with mitigation measures in place. That's not a wholesale let people build up to 45 feet. So what we presented is a smorgasbord, a menu of a number of different recommendations. Now the assembly can then, the term cherry pick sounds demeaning to it, but those individual items can be selected from that. We had some resource professionals that brought a lot to the table, and they took us one direction, and then still with the ordinance that we came up with Alex, just to find the path to approval, we came up with what we thought was a very good compromise. So I'd like to speak later when at another opportunity, if that my ordinance comes up. I wanted to speak about the issue of assembly pay. I spent 24 years with Alaska DOT, where I met Assembly Member Nowers, and then with 4 years with Matanuska-Susitna, where I met Clerk McKechnie and Assembly Member McKee's husband, George, right? And then 5 years Deputy Public Works Director with the City of Wasilla. And my least compensation and pay was at the borough, but I was thrilled to serve. And when I see let's see, at the past time when the first compensation was set up, there's 6,500 members, citizens per assembly person. Now there's, 2,500 was the past. Now it's 16,500. That's an increase of 6.5 times. And that's astronomical. I mean, a borough the size of West Virginia represents a urban core area and then a rural outlying area with lots of different needs. Basically, you couldn't compensate me enough to run for the assembly. So I support looking at compensation for the assembly, and that is all.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Bill. Anyone else? Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Rod Hanson. I'm with the North Lakes Community Council and here to talk about the Water Bounty Setback Advisory Board. I want to assure borough leadership this is an issue that is of significant importance to our residents. In our area alone, we have probably 10,000 residents of the borough. They don't call it North Lakes for nothing. We have 15 lakes, 426 individual properties around those lakes, and 92 of those, or a little over 20% of them, have yet to be developed. Feedback from our folks about the water body setback work. Number one, appreciation for the increased focus on lake environmental protection. Number two, frustration with the number of variances that have occurred historically. Number three, appreciation of the commercial and industrial properties that would now be folded in and required to meet the same standards. Number four, frustration with lack of historical enforcement. And number five, confusion about the existing code. I want to thank the mayor and the assembly for putting the body together that worked on this. You drew from a broad cross-section of folks that brought a lot of expertise to the table. Quite frankly, with all due respect, I was shocked with Mr. Kendig's report tonight. That was completely unexpected. I thought he was here as the chair of that board to represent what the board agreed to. And so you definitely need to listen to the board. What he did does not represent at all the advisory board. I appreciate the deliberate outreach that board made through community councils. We provided our feedback, as did other councils, and they actually took that feedback and seriously considered it. They talked about it. They debated it. They decided, that doesn't work, but this part does. And as someone else testified, it's a compromise in the end, but it's a better path forward than what you have in current code. I look forward to the work that the Planning Commission and Assembly would do if you pick this up and move something forward. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rod. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Good evening. This still is the most welcoming place to speak. Anybody that's ever, I don't know any other assembly or council in the state where they do give you a chance.
Mark, give us your name.
Oh, Mark Spone, sorry about that.
No problem.
It's kind of ironic how government works. Government entity sends people to Juneau at the taxpayer's expense, and the cities do it. And, there's airfare involved, there's costs involved, and they come back. Juneau says they don't have any money. Maybe there's a spending problem. It isn't a revenue problem. And I would really, people need to take that to heart. Do they ever have enough money? They're always out of money, but they keep spending more. So maybe there's a spending problem, and I'd like to see the borough look into that themselves. We need a robust Dodge organization to look at the state and the borough. The valuations in the borough keep going up, more revenue keeps coming in. Something isn't right here. We need to look at our spending. How about you as assembly go to the department heads and say, we want to see the next budget with a 15% reduction for each department and see where it comes out. Maybe public safety, fire and safety, maybe that isn't an area because that's a critical function of government. But we've got a lot of luxuries that we could sure look at and say we could cut back on. And I think that would be a real mark of you to say, hey, we want to propose a reduction, not an increase. And with that said, I know there's talk about the Big Lake Lions Club and wanting the borough to purchase that. I got this information from the borough. I didn't make it up. It said it was appraised at like $3 million. And there's quite a bit of figures on here. And some of you guys are builders and construction people. You understand if somebody came up to you and said, hey, this building over here is worth $3.5 million, but I'll sell it to you for $600,000. Who wouldn't jump on that? So there's something that isn't meeting the eye here when they can't find anybody to take this over. Because if the borough takes it over, the borough's going to have to staff it and maintain it and do whatever upgrades they're going to need. That's not a taxpayer function. You're going to tell everybody in the borough we're going to add this facility? Think about it. Make it a YMCA or Alaska Club, maybe give it away. But don't make the borough residents start owning all these recreational buildings, and they're expensive. That's coming out of taxpayer funds. So think about that as you work on the budgets, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Ravetta, and good evening, Mayor Edna and staff and assembly. I wanted to speak about the books. I work at REACH 907 with high-risk kids. I have a master's in counseling kids and families. And I've also been through my own sexual recovery of healing process. It took 13 years. So I know from experience what the journey of someone who's had sexual brokenness to work through and the years and work that it takes to work through that. And I also go to the community meeting with the books on the Monday. And it seems like the books are voted that they're to be moved out of the adult or into the adult, or they're voted out, and but as a majority, they're usually voted to move them to at least the adult. But what I notice is things are not getting moved ultimately. And what really bothers me is that there's taxpayer money, and what it comes down to is giving sexually explicit material to children is, at the bottom line, is basically grooming the children for knowing sex at an early age, and it's injurious. It injures them, and I just personally do not want to be part of paying tax money towards injuring children. I mean, that's the bottom line. And thank you for listening.
Thanks, Mary. Esther?
Good evening. My name is Esther Huddleston, Huddleston. Purchasing the Big Lake Lions is so important to the Matsu Borough for our youth. We have a lot of hockey teams, and we need more ice skating rinks for the youth. Houston High School, their hockey team currently uses the Big Lake Lions. The Alaska Avalanche junior hockey team also uses the Big Lake Lions, and it also provides a lot of kids in that area some sort of activity that's positive. It keeps them busy. Hockey promotes athletic exercise, and it's teamwork, and it's also the Big Lake Lions also has held hockey tournaments, wrestling tournaments. They also have upstairs for people to rent, and I think it would be a good asset for the Big Lake, Meadow Lakes, Houston area. And we need more hockey rinks because it's such a popular sport in the Matsu Borough, and it's something that could turn into a rink that we could use all year round. And I just hope you support purchasing it for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, yeah. How are you? I'm doing good.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you guys tonight. I had sat here and listened earlier about
You have to give.
Dave Johnson.
Thank you.
Wasilla.
Yeah.
I sat here and listened to this about the Rose Group, and I couldn't help but what came to my mind was, how did this organization from some other state know we had money here that wasn't used, that was allocated for telecom or internet stuff? That seemed kind of weird that there was extra money that hadn't been used for a few years, rat-holed away somewhere, and the out-of-staters knew it. How much more money we got rat-holed away? That's a good question. We know that the budget's kind of tight. We're having a hard time. Most people, like you've heard tonight from other people out here, that, it's tough to get by on what we make right now because of inflation. I think President Trump's doing a fantastic job by finding out where all our tax dollars have been going. That needs to continue. But this is the kind of stuff the radicals went out and figured it out. I think we need to tighten our belt a little bit more and look at it. And the other subject I have for you is I don't know what the number of this is. It's the voter one. And I looked through this, and it looks pretty good. It has some areas that need to be corrected. I think section A here, the clerk shall determine the process for early voting and to ensure integrity in election. That needs to be spelled out a little more. That's really vague. Okay, so putting a little bit more in there, exactly what does Lonnie have to do? I say that because when Lonnie's gone, what's the next person going to do? Because it's open for interpretation. So Lonnie, why don't you write down what you do and we'll put it in here. All right, the other one, I think this one here. We give Lonnie the authority to authorize people to be voter or poll watchers. Maybe we should spell out what Lonnie's looking for to make them authorized to be a poll watcher. They're a U.S. citizen. They live in the borough. They're within the jurisdiction. Just kind of something spelling out what you're looking for. It's not because they're associated with this political party. Make sure it stands like bipartisan, all right? That's another thing I thought was a little bit of a flaw in it. This one here on page 6, 2 and 4 are exactly the same thing. So maybe we would just want to consolidate one and get rid of them, one of them. Anyway, I don't mind to come down and help you guys look at this stuff because, I did jet engines for a long time, and I worked for a Fortune 500 company. And we wrote instructions on how to keep airplanes. We had to write at the 6th grade level because we didn't want smoking holes. Okay, so I'd be more than happy if I can set up a time with you to go over some of the nuances in here. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else that would like to address? Yes.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Butch Moore. I live in Big Lake. I'm a real estate developer and investor in the Mat-Su, and I am in opposition to the current draft of the water body setback. There's several key points that I saw in this, and I was here back in August 2023 when the scope of duties were directed by the Assembly and signed by the mayor. Says the Water Body Setback Advisory Board is empowered to review and recommend changes to the Borough Code relating water body setbacks related issues. These related issues should include variances for nonconformities, how to deal with structures built, violations of 73 and 87 ordinance, possible remedies for structures, and any other issues the board believes to be pertinent. I know several members on the board, and what Mr. Kindig said at the beginning of the meeting was what I was getting all the way through feedback, which should have become something totally different than what it was meant to be, which was to address the people that were in violation of the setback. Instead, we've added more and more regulations. What's really interesting, lack of representation on the drafting committee. There's only one person on that committee that owns waterfront property. And I know a lot of people that have come up and spoken and supported this do not own waterfront property. So I think it's really great that that people that don't own waterfront property are making decisions for people who do make waterfront property, and those decisions don't really affect the people that don't own the waterfront property. There's also, I believe, insufficient notice to the people that own waterfront property. I own quite a bit of property, 4 different districts in the borough. I didn't receive one notice. I heard about it through my community council. But if there's a subdivision close to me, I'm noticed with a card. I didn't get a card. There's also an environmental thing. I talked to Sarah at Fish Habitat, who I get all my permits through when I do developments on waterfront property. And she got me, and I asked her if there was any study. She got me in touch with a guy named Parker Bradley. And I called him up. He says, hey, I'm doing a study right now, and we're just completing it, and I have some extra handouts for anybody who wants to see it. He says the salmon return on the Alexander and Talchelitna, what do you think that was this last year? I said, I don't know. He says 1.4% of historical averages. And I said, wow, that's amazing. Is that because all the riparian habitat and people bulldozing their yards down, destroying the habitat? He says, what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with it. The other thing is, I actually applied for some driveway permits back in, I believe it was 2006 and 2008. And Lonnie, I'll give you, no, Lonnie's gone. I'll give Lonnie copies of those. I didn't have copies in this package. But I just received those driveway permits in November 2024. I also have a permit in for a multifamily that's been going for several years now. Part of that is due to my delay of providing all the information, but I did submit it on the 25th of February, and the code says, in the current code, the staff has 7 to 10 days to get back to me. I sent another email, followed up, said, hey, can you get back to me? He says, hey, we're getting them in the process. We've received them. We've got several in front of you. You're just going to have to wait. So my concern is if we're going to add these applications for water body setback, regardless of how we do it, Is it going to take 15 years to get your application approved? So is it basically going to shut down any development? And the problem that I have is I purchased the property up to the ordinary high water marks defined by the state of Alaska. Anybody I sell property to purchases the property to the ordinary high water mark. And to wave a salmon card and talk about preserving habitat, I think it's very discriminatory against the people that own waterfront and may want to buy waterfront. And this can add massive costs. And not everybody mows it down to the water's edge and destroys everything. I don't. But thank you for hearing me. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yep. Come on, Karen.
Forgot it.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Karen Lewis. I'm pretty hot about this, what Jackie talked about the Rose Group and about the money that was rat holed away. I mean, that's money that's our taxpayer money that's been given to a person that is fighting against us. This is kind of what the Democrats have done with our money in the USAID situation. You know, all that money goes back to them and they fight us with our own tax dollars. That's really repulsive. And it's wrong. And it's fraud. There's a lot of things wrong with it. So I hope that you guys do something about that. You have to. You have to do something about that. Yeah. Okay, and also I want to talk about the machines. I thought we had that straightened out. I mean, I don't know exactly what is going on here, but no machines, please. You know, those tabulators, those are a pain in the butt, Lonnie. I mean, I'm sure you heard that from other people too, but they jam and it takes longer to do that. We need more people. There were only 3 of us and we were there till 3 in the morning. So with 6, it would have been, you know, maybe probably midnight. But we don't need more machines. We don't need any machines. We need paper ballots and we need hand counting. And then the people will trust the vote. No more machines, no machines. In fact, a 2020 Gallup World Poll said only 40% of the Americans say they're confident in the honesty of the U.S. elections. You know, most countries do paper ballots and hand count. You know why? Because they trust it. We don't trust machines. Machines can be manipulated. So, and we're done with that. We're done with that. That's why we were the first borough, county in the nation to do this, and we want to go the right way, not the wrong way. I mean, you do a good job, Lonnie. I appreciate you, but no machines, please. And as far as the books go, I'm going to Talkeetna tomorrow with Jackie, and we're going to talk to the librarian about. She puts up threats to Talkeetna, which is like putting someone like Jackie on the library committee or something. I tell you what, she'd be a great improvement to those that want to get these filthy, disgusting books in front of children. What kind of a person would want 13 and 14 and 15-year-olds to read this garbage? It's beyond pornographic. To these poor little innocent minds, it's disgusting, and they should never even be in there. And by the way, as we move these books out into the adults, hopefully, as they say they're going to, are they back feeding them again? How do I find that out? How do I find that out? I want to know if they're putting more books in. As we get them out, they're putting more in. I'll bet you a box of donuts they are. I bet they are. You can bet on it. They don't play fair. They don't think right. So, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Anyone else that's here that wants to speak to the assembly? Yes,
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Manager, Assembly members, and thanks everybody for coming today. My name's Kathy Harris from Wasilla. 10/2022, we passed an ordinance, hand count only, no machines. 5/9/2023, the Assembly subverted the ordinance and funded 43 Canon image scanners. Then when there was an uprising, the Assembly said they don't work anymore, they're just a mess. That's just a little bit of history. So 2/18/25, Ordinance 25012, amending elections, that's up for tonight. Presented by Dimitri Fonhov. Mat-Su Borough Election Code, Title 25, contains 11 chapters of different categories for our elections. In the 2/18/2025, a month ago at the Assembly meeting, this ordinance was proposed, and I went through it. It amends 7 of the 11 election chapters. 7. There are 15 new additions to the election code. There are 5 changes, 2 deletes. This does not include the information memorandum, nor does it include Mr. Fonhov's amendment. There is a whole bunch of things in there about poll watchers. We had no poll watchers from the Mat-Su Borough in the 2024 elections. As reported, the clerk stated in the training that she did not want poll watchers at the elections. Why are we putting so much emphasis on Mat-Su Borough poll watchers? I went through this current ordinance. There are 23 mentions and regulations in this ordinance about poll watchers, of which we had none in 2024. 23. Why is there so much attention on poll watchers that are not wanted? Also, changes from the word tabulated to counted. What is the phobia with hand count? That's what the ordinance that is still in place, Ordinance 22/119, says, hand counted. Why are we having a phobia about hand count? Get rid of tabulated, put hand count, take the regulations away from the poll watchers, and it must be a training issue. It must be a training issue, which draws me to the information memorandum, section 6, in this proposed information memorandum, about a heavy focus on hand count officials and how they're unable to read the ovals. Okay? If they're unable to read the ovals, that is not an ordinance issue. That is a training issue. We love our borough. We love our ballots. So I bring these information to your attention that we can readjust. And I wanted to ask one more question. What Assembly member up here has reached out to election integrity groups or people to discuss what kind of ordinance or memorandums that we would like to see regarding our elections? Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Caleb, do we have anybody online? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll take a break. Go ahead, the first person online, please.
Hello, this is Donna Massey, Madam Mayor, Borough Assembly. I'm the primary at RFA 30 in Trapper Creek, and I would like to speak to Ordinance 2517 that changes the RSA district from 3 members to 5 members. RSA 30 met on February 26 and voted unanimously not to support Ordinance 2517. We felt that the ordinance offers nothing positive to the functioning of our board. Now, you know, the Open Meetings Act covering advisory boards is a bit less stringent as compared to the application to a decision-making board such as the Assembly. Additionally, our advisory board has no need to meet on site and discuss roads or other things. You know, we're the eyes and the ears of our community. The Mat-Su Borough ages ago recognized that they cannot understand local road needs as well as the community. The job of a road service advisory board is to know their local roads and know the needs of their community and to advise the borough on how best to spend the taxpayer funds to address our local needs. Yeah, the goal of everyone here should be the simplest, most effective, efficient government possible. Given the troubled track records of the only 2 5-member RSA boards, is it really good government to force 5-member boards on 6 RSAs who don't support the change and never asked for it? The current boards are functioning in their present form. They are not broken, and they don't need fixing. The actual quality of the board is much more important than the number of board members. So I ask that you please vote down Ordinance 2517. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Good evening, committee. My name is Stacy Johnson, John. I just want to say that I also disagree with mandating a 5-member road board of supervisors. That is all. Thank you.
Next person online.
Yeah. Hi, my name is John Strassenberg, RSA 29 in Talkeetna. Talkeetna RSA 29 is low population, small budget, virtually no large projects. Nearly all roads are gravel. The road work is primarily remediation via the rock crusher, culverts, drainage. It's not it's not complex. We've done fine for decades with a 3-member board. 5 members is overkill. All the more difficult to recruit members and make a quorum. The Talkeetna Community Council and members of the community support the 3-member status quo. RSA 29 did not ask for this and unanimously opposes it. If we needed to increase to 5 members, we'd initiate the process provided for in code. Mr. Bernier has never attended an RSA 29 board meeting. He has not returned my phone calls last month. He did not contact our RSA 29 board to explain or get our opinion. When an assembly member sponsors legislation that affects his home district, other assembly members, when voting, sometimes defer to the home district sponsor. Such deference is legitimate, however, only when the issue has the support of the community. For example, like funding a local park. Deference to the sponsoring assembly person is not legitimate when all those affected oppose the proposed action, when the community council and the members of the public oppose, when the sponsor fails to inform and engage those affected. Please vote on the merits and don't defer. RSA 29 public engagement is strong. I give a verbal report each month to the community council and respond to questions. I submit written report monthly that goes to the entire community council email list. We don't have an OMA problem. Our board meets once a month. Outside of meetings, we do not prearrange or pair up to look at road problems. Why would we? A board member can bring the problem to the upcoming meeting, or if urgent, he can contact the borough road superintendent. The road superintendent, not the RSA, has the authority to get the problems fixed. RSAs are strictly advisory and do not direct the contractor or make policy. All affected RSAs oppose this. The big board opposes it. Talkeetna community opposes it. Assembly legislation is being introduced tonight for the Connect RSA board to go back to 3 members. And the 5-member Big Lake board is in disarray. Given this backdrop, why on earth would you mess with something that has been functioning well for decades? Please defeat OR 25-017. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online.
Yes, hello, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Michael Bowles. Last name is spelled Bowles. I am calling in representing myself and myself only. So I wanted to bring before the Assembly an issue we're having, or we did have, the down South Kinnick River community. We recently, last month, an overwhelming majority just voted down an effort that the Community Council was bringing forward for a special use district, or SPUD. The reason this SPUD was brought forward to begin with were some issues that were happening down at the end of the road with the local lodge and helicopter operations. The long story short is the issue is code enforcement. There is a severe lack of enforcement for existing code. So members of the community came together and thought that a SPUD may be beneficial to the community in creating more code, which obviously the majority of us thought differently. There's code that exists already to address the issues that were of concern, noise issues, potential environmental issues, and things like that. So what I am asking the Assembly is to consider, before passing or moving any more code forward or passing any more code, to halt all code and actually hire some code enforcement officers, even one. Like somebody earlier said, our borough is the size of West Virginia, and I think we have one enforcement officer. There's a second one, I believe, that's coming on that will focus on, broken down cars on lots. But we need some code enforcement officers before we need more code. We actually don't need more code. The code we have in place is efficient. It's there. It's written well. We just need enforcement officers to actually go out and enforce code so that we, as community members, don't have to deal with those that are violating code. I appreciate your time, and that's all I need.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Ruth Wood, and I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So I'm going to speak really fast because I'm going to speak on 3 issues tonight. The first one is saw an email on OR 25017. I hope you had a chance to read it. I'm just going to read my last point, which is that I listen to the RSA report every month at the Talkeetna Community Council meeting. People ask questions about roads. They're very interested. Not once have I heard anyone complain about the functioning of the Talkeetna RSA board. Our board is not broke. Please don't try to fix it. You will break it. The next thing I want to speak to is the water body setbacks. And I have been following this issue, although I did not drive down to the meeting. But I appreciate how hard that board worked. And I was absolutely appalled tonight when the head of that board got up and spoke against it. And then when I heard it passed 7-0. But we need water body setbacks. And I am a lakefront property owner, and I am well set back more than 75 feet. I used to have a dog lot. Unfortunately, I got too old for dogs, but I will tell you, I was way more than 100 feet back from the lake because our lakes are so, so important. And I do not like the idea of being able to build between 75 and 45 feet with a permit. Mat-Su Borough 1702 is pretty darn weak. And if you're going to make it, that permit would need to be strengthened quite a bit because, I do think that one thing that is missing in the current law is that it doesn't apply to commercial operations, commercial buildings. So, and before I want to move on to my third topic, which is libraries and books. And I could not believe what I heard tonight about people talking about the consultants that were up here in Talkeetna looking at comprehensive planning for the library. I mean, these were not people that came up here to tell us, to try to woke us, whatever it is. Transgender was not mentioned at the meeting because I was there. Jackie wasn't there. The other people that spoke about Talkeetna weren't there either. So I'm very perplexed. The other thing is when they spoke about the threats to the library. Well, there was a sheet of paper up there, and it's like strengths and weaknesses, but they use different words. And it is true that we said that library book is the problem. And we said that because none of us were selected to be on that committee, not because the committee is a problem, but because the person representing us does not live in our district. And we are upset about that. And finally, I will say that The Diary of Anne Frank's Gothic novel is a beautiful and wonderful book sanctioned by the Anne Frank Foundation. And it is not obscene, and I don't even like Gothic novels, but this is a beautiful book, and it belongs in our libraries. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Yes. My name is Patty Fisher. I want to speak on two subjects very, very briefly. I want to support saying that Middle Lakes RSA does not want to be expanded to 5 members. I support what Mr. Edwards said. We did not ask for it, and we do not want it. We're functioning just fine without it. My primary interest tonight, though, is on the Water Body Setback Board. I attended those meetings, any number of them, and I found that the people that were on the board were so dedicated to do the right thing, to fix any issues with water bodies. So I thought that Mr. Kindig's remarks when he was supposedly presenting the report were shameful. How he could denigrate the report was shameful. The committee, as I said, they were interested in safeguarding our lakes. Are you aware that Anchorage lakes are all contaminated? And that can be what happens in the valley if we don't start taking care of them. So it's very important that we do the right thing for our lakes. We want to fix them, not just for today, but for the future. I firmly believe that the 75-foot setback should be kept, and I disagreed with the attorney's decision that there was an equity issue. People have laws are changed over time in any number of situations, so I think that really should be questioned. But whatever, let's support the committee's report and fix and make our lakes valuable into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online? Nope, that's it? Okay. So I am going to go ahead and call a break, and we'll come back at 8:45.
Yeah. If I can go ahead and have the assembly come back to order, please.
We still have the two members.
Stephanie was standing there with me. Oh, there she is. Yeah. Okay, can I have order in the assembly room, please? Thank you. I think we still have one person online. Go ahead, the person online, please.
Michael Leach, Leach, on ordinance 25017. People come to the meetings just to participate, but they don't want the responsibility of sitting on a board. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else online? Okay. Do we have any person in the audience that hasn't testified under audience participation, wants to speak to the assembly? Okay. I'll go ahead and close audience participation. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2520, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $21,500 from the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and approving the scope of work and budget for the Quality of Life project. For the accompanying resolution, 2515, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Quality of Life grant from the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff, yes, go ahead and turn the mic on, please, and state your name and then tell us, talk to us.
Hi, y'all. I'm China Werner. I'm with the Matsu Animal Shelter, and we plan to use the grant money for the Quality of Life project focused on purchasing animal supplies that are going specifically to rescue, animal enrichment within the shelter, as well as new play yard equipment.
Questions of staff? Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-020 and resolution 25-015. And your testimony at this time will have to be on either that ordinance or that resolution. Is there anyone that wishes to be heard? Have anybody online? Okay. Go ahead, who's ever online?
They hung up.
He said they hung up. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Seeing no one, then I will go ahead and close the public hearing and assemble person hours.
I move ordinance 25-020 and accompanying resolution 25-015.
Discussion by the assembly. Is there any objection to the legislation by the assembly? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2527, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $39,049.44 from the Alaska State Division of Forestry Volunteer Fire Capacity Grant Program and appropriating $3,904.94 in matching funds for firefighter and firefighting equipment, clothing, supplies, and communications equipment. The accompanying resolution 2523, a resolution approving the scopes of work and budgets for the Alaska State Division of Forestry Volunteer Fire Capacity Grants and matching funds for the fire service areas of Caswell, Willow, Talkeeton, and Sutton. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
And staff, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. This grant is one that we've been receiving annually for many, many years, and this is going to help the fire service areas buy equipment, fire hose, communications equipment that can be used for their personal protective equipment as well. So this grant will be divided up between these fire service areas.
Okay, questions of staff? Anybody? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-027 and resolution 25-023. Anyone who would like to testify on either this ordinance or this resolution? We have one. Go ahead, who's online, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Assembly. My name is Craig Price. I'm the president of the South Connect River Community Council, and I have been on the phone for 3 hours and got missed during the general comments. So here I am, and I'm ready to go ahead and speak to number 10 on the citizen participation. And
I'm sorry,
so
sir,
in
we're
your
not,
packet-
sir, I'm sorry, we're not at that point on the agenda. At this time, we're under public hearings, ordinance 25-027.
Yes, ma'am. My spot got missed before the break, and so I was hoping to be able to go ahead and speak to my spot that came before.
We do have another opportunity after the public hearings for audience participation. You can testify at that time, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Back to if anyone has testimony on ordinance 25-027. Okay, do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. Close the public hearing, and Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 25-027 and accompanying resolution 25-023.
Okay, discussion by the Assembly. Any objection to the legislation? So the legislation passes then. Okay.
Ordinance 25028, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $2,100,000 from the Environmental Protection Agency's solid waste infrastructure for recycling grants for communities, with accompanying resolution 2524, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the solid waste division's sustainable organic materials compost program and infrastructure development. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff, please, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, if you might recall, last year, the US EPA awarded the Matsu Borough $3.5 million grant roughly to help develop a compost program. As you might also recall, last October, this body accepted a partial funding of about $1.1 million, $1.4 million that was put in place. This ordinance right here will accept and appropriate the balance of the grant award of $2.1 million for the full award. This money is going to be used to, like I said, help develop a compost program at in our central landfill, as well as make improvements at our Big Lake, Willow, and Talkeetna transfer stations.
Questions of staff? Assemblyperson Palmer, go ahead, sir.
Is there any match for that, or there is no match requirement on this one?
No, through the mayor, Assemblymember Panoff, no, there is zero match, so it's a 100% grant, $3.5 million.
All right, thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee.
So Tom, how long will it take before people actually can go and like buy this stuff?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember McKee. Well, right now, I mean, our landfill already has a modest compost program, that we, people can go to our landfill and take value out of that. So it's not the full scope of the program that these grants will help develop, but we're already in the midst of developing compost.
Thanks.
Okay, further question of staff? Okay, thank you, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-028 and resolution 25-024. We do have a sign-up sheet, and Travis. Is Travis still here, or is he gone? Did he leave? Oh, is he gone? Okay. I think he did testify a little bit under audience participation regarding this subject, so. Okay, do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing then. Assemblyperson Nowers.
I would move to adopt ordinance 25-028 and accompanying resolution 25-024.
Okay, discussion by the assembly? Any objection by the assembly? Not, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2529, an ordinance approving an appropriation of road surface area fund balances to that road surface area's capital project fund. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, finance director. Before you is an appropriation of the excess fund balance that remained after the June 30, 2024 audit was completed. This money is being moved to the RSA, individual RSA's capital projects funds.
Okay, questions of staff? Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may be for Tom, but I'm curious why RSA 21 was done separately from the other RSAs.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Gamble. I had met with them previously and we had discussed the audit right after it came out, and they made the motion to do that, and then Public Works decided to do the rest of them later.
Okay, so there was no difference.
It's no difference. We're doing exactly the same thing. It's just we brought the rest of them in as one group.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-029. Is anyone in the audience that would like to testify regarding this ordinance? Yes.
I just had a question.
You'll need to come to the mic, sir, please.
No, I just have one question about it.
Go ahead.
So it says an ordinance approving appropriation of road service fund balances to that road service area's capital project fund. What exactly is the balance?
First of all, I need your name.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Sam Tanksley.
And we don't give out the information. I think it's in the packet, isn't it?
You can also talk to Cheyenne.
Yeah, and Cheyenne, the lady that came up just before you, she looks like she has a piece of paper in her hand for you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anybody online, sir? No? So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on ordinance 25-029. And let's see, is that yours? Yep, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-029.
Discussion by the assembly. Yes,
I
Assemblyperson.
realized I do have one question. I'm going to make Cheyenne get her steps.
Will she have to take the paper back from that gentleman so she can answer your question?
How many times can we make her? When we move this to the road service area's capital project fund, is there any sort of investment impact of that? In other words, like when it's sitting in the road service fund balances, is that being invested in earning a certain amount of interest? And then when we switch it over,
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers. So what we do with the audit is we calculate the total investment earnings, and then that's allocated to all funds that have fund balance. So the capital project funds, which I believe is Fund 435, which I need to know, you don't really, it gets allocated its proportionate share of investment earnings. So yes, we do allocate investment earnings to the project fund. Does that answer the question?
okay, so no matter whether it's in which fund, it's still getting the interest?
Yes.
Okay, and this is just allowing us to forward fund some projects by transferring it?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Any objection to ordinance 25-029? Hearing none, then the legislation passes.
Ordinance 2530, an ordinance establishing a joint assembly school board committee on school district funding issues. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, staff, sir,
That's me.
already?
Mayor, members of the assembly, this ordinance before you establishes a joint school board committee for school district funding issues. As you're all aware, there already is a school board committee that meets, and they talk about all kinds of different things. Student outcomes, buildings. They do talk about budget. They do talk about finances, but it's the sponsor's intent here to create a committee that would solely focus on finances. And if you, as per the ordinance, it would be all, the task of the committee is to evaluate and become knowledgeable about all aspects of the school budget, provide recommendations for action. This could be legislative proposals, code changes, any or other all issues related to school funding, school finances, and fiscal considerations. The committee considered operational issues, capital issues, bonding issues, and anything else related to finances. And the committee would consist of 3 assembly members and 3 school board members appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the assembly. And the way it's set up, it's very broad and it's very loosely, there's not a lot of constraints on the meetings. And so all it says is they would meet in the final quarter of the year, which would mean October, November, December, at least once. And then the committee itself would decide how often to meet. If there's a lot to talk about in terms of the preparation of the school budget or anything like that, they could meet a lot. And it would be basically up to the members. The committee is to be staffed by the borough manager, finance director, superintendent, and the school district deputy superintendent for business and operations. The staff may bring other people if needed. Again, it's going to be all elected officials on the committee, so there'll be a lot of staff support. The meetings will be advertised and open to the public, but as per the ordinance, formal minutes and formal resolutions or anything like that don't have to be done. Again, we're talking about elected officials, and so when it pertains to the powers and duties of elected officials, they are different than normal boards and commissions. So it's very broad in scope, and it's up to the board itself to, make recommendations and give reports to the rest of the elected bodies.
Okay. Any questions from the assembly? Yes, go ahead, Assembly Person.
Do we put in an application to be on this committee, or do we?
Yeah, once we get through the public hearing and there is a motion to adopt, then I will ask anybody that wants to from the assembly to go through the clerk's office like we do for normal appointments. And if, all 7 of you want there, you just all 7 tell the clerk and I'll draw straws or something. But anyway. So, okay, any further questions? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and we do have a sign-up sheet. Tom?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Tom Berge. I'm the elected school board representative from District 1, but tonight I speak on my behalf and my behalf alone. I do not represent the board on this issue. Over the past 7 years, the school district and the assembly have worked closely together. We have succeeded in building 2 schools without incurring taxpayer debt. We are experiencing the construction of 3 new schools now with taxpayer debt, but there are some caveats to that as far as school district participation. And from what Madam Mayor has said is that when we did the bond issue, we could not write those agreements into the bond issue because we can't obligate future boards. One of the things that this board could do is provide a living memory of what was meant, what was said in the past, to carry it forward so that obligations that were made during this time frame, hopefully in the future, will be carried through. Also, too, whenever we assemble a budget, when the assembly provides finances to the school district, the state of Alaska penalizes the school district to a certain percentage. In talking with staff, it can be upwards of 50%. So when you look at our tax dollars being collected in the borough and distributed out to the school district, 50 cents of that is going towards educational outcomes. The other 50 cents of that is going towards filling the hole that the state of Alaska created because the Matsu taxpayers entrusted their funds to us. A committee such as this could work on finding creative funding ways to avoid that. That takes close coordination between the 2 bodies, and it will take annual coordination between those 2 bodies to do that. So in light of that, I see a need for this body for us to move forward. If we were able to prevent the state from cutting the school district's budget by an allotted amount based on tax dollars collected in the borough, that in essence could amount to a budgetary increase to the school district without accumulating any additional tax assessment. So there is a lot of benefit that could be derived from this. Also, communication builds trust. The more communication between the two bodies, the more trust that we will have. The more that we do this in public, the more trust we develop with our constituency. So this can also add to transparency and can also continue to develop the trust that has occurred between this body and the school district and carry it on into the future. And with 9 seconds left, that's all I have to say. So thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance? Okay, do we have anybody online? One person, okay. Go ahead, who's ever online, please.
Yes, my name is Paula Kaywood. I think I pushed the. I was trying to testify at the public comment section earlier about the road service board, but I don't think this is the right time.
An audience participation.
Yeah, so in a few minutes, we will have audience participation and you can testify at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll close the public hearing on ordinance 25-030. Assemblyperson Fawnoff.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-030.
Okay, discussion by the assembly.
I'll briefly speak on it. I think our attorney summarized it really well, what the priorities of that. And I think the only audience participation we had today also reflected the importance of that good communication, because during the budget, when in the past couple of years that I was here, when the budget for the schools already has been built, and then over here at the dais, we're trying to almost amend it or cut it or try to change it. It's makes it a lot more difficult, where in the future, come at the end of the year, we'd be able to sit down between the two bodies, and we will almost, as two bodies, put our kind of like legislative priorities we do for the state, but this one would be towards our school board and how we structure budget and what's important to us, because it is almost I think 2/3 of our Matsu borough's taxes that go to the school. So I think it's important for us to also ask or work together with the administration and the school board to say what's our priorities, what direction we want to see, and what direction we want to expand, or what things we want to shrink. And I think it would actually save and benefit us time when it comes to actually adopting those budgets. So I think that's kind of my intent with this, and I think there's going to be a decent amount of interest from both bodies to participate in this.
Okay, further discussion. Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I'm fine with having this committee. What I would want to caution is that the Borough Assembly not try to supplant the school board's decision-making on where to cut in the budget. We fund the school district, but they are the school board accountable to who elects them for how they spend that money. So I think this committee could work on, is there a better way, as Mr. Berge was saying, with not being penalized by the state in those unfunded mandates, that they take money away from us just because our assessed valuation goes up. Is there a better way to be able to budget so we don't have this crazy, or, you know, you got to wait for the legislature to decide what to fund, and you're like, well, we might be down X number of teachers or we might not. But I just want to caution that I think the intent is good, and I think the intent should be to try to work together on that, but not tell the school district you're going to fund this many teachers, and I don't think that is your intent, but I just kind of want to be on the record communicating that, since there's a school board member here and a school district official, that the assembly isn't going to try to tell the school board decisions that really are in their purview, because they have public venues for that and they're elected to do that.
Further discussion by the assembly?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I am in total support of this. I think it's a great idea, and I would be happy to volunteer Dee McGee to be on this board with her school background and stuff.
Okay, Okay, any
Thank
further-
you.
Any further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee.
I thank Ron for his support, and I really would like to be on this committee. It's something that sounds to me like, I know we're more watchdogs and advisory than anything else, but eyes on is a good idea, so I'm in if it
Okay,
comes to.
we'll have you, I'll give instructions here after it passes, okay? Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Berge earlier today, and he tried to explain to me the state funding formula and how we're penalized for fully funding our schools, and I had no idea. But we could actually be saving millions of dollars that could be going towards deferred maintenance or towards paying off bond debt or something like that if it works out the way that he explained it to me. So I think having more eyes on the budget is a great thing, and so I'm fully supportive of this ordinance. Thank you.
Further discussion on the ordinance? Is there any objection to passing the ordinance? Okay, hearing none, then the ordinance has been adopted. And as I briefly said before, if you are interested, we'll go through the normal procedures, which is through the clerk's office. I don't believe they will have to fill out an application. Is that correct? We don't require but if you'll just send an email to Lonnie and Jamie and say that you're interested in being appointed, and then she'll pass it on. Yes, go ahead.
I would like to add, though, generally with the school district, with the boards for the school members, the school board members are on, we get some kind of documentation from the school district saying
Okay.
these are the 3 members the board requested be on that committee.
Okay, right. Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
And just to clarify, we do have that joint, the school board. So I don't know. I know a few people already participating. So I'd like to give opportunity, hopefully, that those people who are not involved in the other body, and then if the other body, the committee that we have, to be able, if they rather choose on serve on this one, so that we can get more assembly people who might be not currently involved to participate.
Further discussion about the appointments? Anybody, y'all understand what our side of the fence is, right? How you do it? Okay, we'll let the school board, up to them to decide how they will do it. And we look forward to, and they can announce it next Tuesday night if they want to, or if you don't have it done by then, because you probably have to have a meeting, I suppose, to approve it or whatever. But, okay, so everybody understands. All right. And so that ordinance is passed. Now we're to the second audience participation. If you haven't testified under audience participation, you're welcome to testify at this time. So, okay. Colleen? Is Colleen still back there? Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colleen Vague. It's V like Victor, AGUE, members of the Assembly, Madam Mayor. I am here to speak to SB 92 and the resolution that you are considering, also known as the Hillcore Tax Bill or the Yunt Bill that's come up. And I recognize that Mr. Yunt was a member of this Assembly and is a friend to many of you as a fellow developer, but that is not a good enough reason to support this. The fact is that when BP left the North Slope a few years ago, and the prospect of thousands of Alaskan jobs being lost, Hillcore was sort of enticed and headhunted by one of our senators to come up here and take their place, fill that spot, and preserve and save those jobs, which they did. So now we're at a point where it is looked upon as a favorable decision to perhaps tax this one company, and we're putting forth a bill to do that, or Mr. Yunt is. The problem is really twofold, big problems. One, you can't really make a Senate law that targets one company. So if that is in fact the direction that this goes, you can guarantee that Hillcore will sue the state of Alaska, thereby costing us the millions of dollars that may be made by this tax opportunity. The other thing that's a problem is that the enticement for this is that we're going to be getting millions of dollars in taxes from this company that will go towards our PFD, which was lost. The reality of this is you can't put tax dollars into the PFD. They go to the general fund. And this year, the general fund is going for PERS and TERS and an increase in the BSA. So we're probably not, as a people, going to see any of these dollars for our PFD, if that's what was the intention. It's not going to happen. So I think that rather than look at ways to tax our businesses and oil companies, that we again look for other ways to reduce the cost to the state. I can tell you, as a former state worker, there is a lot of waste that we can still be cutting before we start taxing our oil industries. And on that note, I also want to sort of give a brief comment to another thing that was mentioned today, and that is the increase in your pay. I know you all work hard. I appreciate everything that you do. But the fact is, as a homeowner, I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in I'm not looking forward to increasing my taxes on my home or the value of my property to increase taxes for an increase in salary. To the assembly members, I know you work hard again. And as a homeowner on a lake, I'm not in favor of moving the lakefront to 45 feet. I actually grandfathered in, and this bill would benefit me greatly because I currently can't do anything to my home, but I still think that there are some issues and problems with it that I would like you to really consider and look into further. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lloyd?
Madam Mayor, Assembly folk, I appreciate the opportunity. My name's Lloyd Thurman. Just deal with several different things, kind of scattered thoughts from the night. We were talking about these compost piles a heck of a lot tonight. So I thought, with the problem that we have with these soiled books that are kind of tainted to begin with, seeing how all it takes is a shovel and a little bit of dirt, we can just take them and just pile them all together and wouldn't have a problem. It'd just be gone. So we create a little extra compost there. Oil refineries, I talked with Randy Rudrick many years back about that, and he thought, oh no, we don't need any more refineries. That's exactly how David Rockefeller got his monopolies and made mega millions. My father was an independent oil producer down in East Texas, and through the EPA and everything else, which we'd been able to have the cattle be able to eat salt and everything else, but all of a sudden the EPA came in and he had to plug up 23 oil wells. So it's all big business and all big oil companies, and they just handle through the government to do what they want. A newsflash, the other portion here on that is they're not going to create another refinery up here, and the cost of it is just astronomical. It really is. Now, you could do it. My father even had one of the few refineries in the state of Texas while World War II was going on. If he had held on to that, it'd probably been worth billions right now. But anyhow, there's so many things to talk about here. The portion is newsflash. There's been a huge shift in the political conservatism that's going on. Huge. And where Alaska is going is totally the opposite direction of where the Trump agenda is, who was massively voted in. Never has it ever been anything even close to this. And the problem is we just keep going in the direction of more power to the government and everything else. I appreciated Lonnie being able to serve on the portion in the agenda out in the Big Lake area, but we were up to 3 o'clock. The machines do not work. They're tabulators. We already agreed on this. We would not have machines. And here y'all went ahead and did it. And there's a problem. There's a serious, serious problem because we said no machines. And you went ahead and did it. But the problem is they don't work. We spent an hour and a half. That's 3 of us. That's 4.5 hours wasted on that thing. Only 1 out of 5 people did I ever get that the machines ever worked. It's totally inappropriate for the machines and to be doing this right there. The people want paper ballots. Okay, we have that. They want hand count and no machines. Number 3, photo IDs. And the last one is to have absentee ballots that come in by 8 o'clock on the election day, not a minute later. I was in the military, and I guarantee you those planes fly across that ocean all the time, and I used to fly them. So they're there. If the whole nation of France can have an election and they do it by hand count, if the whole nation with millions of people and they do it one day and it's done, it's over. There's no reason in the world that we, with our tiny population here, cannot do it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lloyd. Anyone else that would like to testify?
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Hi, Assembly. I'm Desiree Terry. I live in Palmer, and I want to address the ordinance 25012. And I just want to say, I agree with the people that have said, please add hand counting. We've been saying that for several weeks now. I would really like for you to add the word hand in front of your counting on this ordinance. Also, I have a question about additionally one public member on page 3 of the ordinance. It says one public member who is registered voter in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough may be a poll watcher in each precinct and early vote count location. Who is going to choose this person? That's my question, because that's kind of an important information to have in the ordinance, because I don't know who's choosing that, if it's not a party, if it's not a candidate or an issue. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Also, on page 5, where it indicates that the poll watcher may be asked to leave, I would like it if they would add, where it says the election officials are empowered to require the poll watcher to leave the polling place. They need to, if they do have to ask somebody to leave, it should be if that person is working for a candidate or an issue, that person should be able to be replaced. If they have another person, that candidate or issue should be allowed to replace that person. They have to be released. And I think that's all. I really think that you guys should make these changes. We really have worked hard to get rid of the machines, and we would like to have some weight in these ordinances that indicate that that's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Nan Potts, and I live out in the Butte area, and I'd like to speak to the ordinance 25012, since I was a poll watcher and I was a hand counter for the borough. I just would love to emphasize the fact having the word counting in the amended piece, I would recommend highly that if you put hand counted in front of that, I think that will solidify our situation and make it very clear that we do have hand counting. I know you've worked hard on this, and I can see you have taken the recommendations. We really appreciate what you're doing, and I look forward to the next election. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Anyone else? Do we have anybody online? Okay, go ahead, who's ever online, please.
My name is Paul Kaywood. I am not a resident of the Matthew Valley, but I do have property there, and I'm a former maintenance employee. I'm calling in about the ordinance about increasing the RSA boards from 3 to 5. As a former employee, I think all the boards should have the same number of members. And there was many times that we would go to meetings and not have quorums with just a 3-member board. Changing it to 5, I think, would be very detrimental to your road service areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, whoever's online, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Assembly. My name is Craig Price. I'm the president of the South Connect River Community Council. And under the citizens' comments, number 10 in your pockets, you would find a resolution 25-01. And there's also, should be in your packets, an objection to that resolution 25-02. I'm here to speak to that objection. I want to make it clear, though, that the South Connect River Community Council has ceased all work on the SPUD, as noted in the resolution brought before you, which was 25-034. So this resolution was mostly brought to a vote on 2/20 at an SKRCC meeting and voted a majority to end work on this SPUD. The resolution has some problematic language as far as irrelevance, factual inaccuracies, and some overreach. And I'm just speaking as a matter of record, as this will be going into borough record. One of the issues brought up was that there was a claim that because the community council's bylaws do not allow non-resident voting in the council area, that was used as a reason to draft this resolution and stop this SPUD action. Our community council bylaws are in compliance with borough voting regulation. They are in compliance with state voting regulation, which does state that you need to be a resident of an area in order to vote in that area. So that is really a pretty irrelevant thing. As early as recent as I believe it was May of 24, both the councils for the Planning Commission and for the Assembly, Nick was there, and stated that, yes, we are in compliance by requiring that you're a resident to vote in our areas. I'm bringing this up and emphasizing this because this is coming up again, and it's going to be attempted once again to bring non-residents into voting within our community council, which could jeopardize our charter. So that is a big concern for our community council. Another claim that was made that residents were not properly informed. The residents of the valley were informed in all within borough guidelines and above that too, because we had sent out letters to explain to the community what was taking place. We even put a website up online in order to inform the community of all things SPUD. So anyways, thank you very much for this. And I just want to say one more thank you to the folks that were partnering with us at the planning department. Both Alex Strawn and Julie Spackman did a great job, and they're some really good employees, and we really appreciate our working relationship with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there nobody else online? Is there somebody else online? No. Okay. Sorry, I asked you a negative question. So anyone that hasn't testified yet wants to? Okay, I'll close audience participation. We are now at the consent agenda. Is there anything from the consent agenda that the assembly wishes to pull?
Yes.
Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead, sir.
25024.
2524. Okay. That's a AM, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just check. Is there anything else anybody wants to? No? Okay. Ready? Go ahead, ma'am.
Resolution 2529, a resolution authorizing the submittal of a grant application to the Alaska State Office of History and Archaeology on behalf of the DePriest Family Trust to conduct research and list the DePriest Farm site, including the Colony Barn, in the National Register of Historic Places. Resolution 2534, a resolution terminating staff assistance for developing a South Connect River Special Use District, AM 2525, approval of utility relocation costs of $255,724.89 to Matanuska Telecom Association for the Helen Lane project in Bogard Road Service Area number 25 with an extended completion date of December 15th, 2025. AM 2526, acceptance of late filed and retroactive senior citizen and disabled veteran applications, the period of January and February 2025. AM 2527, award proposal number 2558P to Stantec Consulting Services for the contract amount of $286,772.45 to design Tuxedo Avenue and Wade Drive bridge replacements.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection from the Assembly? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda is approved. Madam Clerk.
AM 25024, purchase of Project Mates software from System Mates Incorporated for an initial cost of $182,260 and the year two cost of $94,750 for project management software, pulled by Assemblymember Phaneuf.
Okay, Assemblymember Phaneuf, you'll have to move it and then discuss, please.
I move AM 25024.
Okay, now you want to go ahead and talk about it?
Yeah. I wanted to see if we could bring Tom to just ask some questions about this, please.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question is, could you give us a summary? And I guess I have two-part question is, why is it so expensive for software? And the second part, was there other options or something that shopped around? I guess, and if you could kind of give us a summary a little bit on that.
Sure, through the mayor,
Go ahead.
some member Phaneuf. I don't know that I can answer your question about why something is as expensive as it is. I mean, whether you look for any kind of software, it's surprising how much you get charged, whether it be a one-time charge or a subscription charge. It is surprising. So with respect to this particular package, this software package, as I suggested at a prior meeting, our project management division is responsible for overseeing something close to 200 projects right now. Some of them in various forms of development. That's design, planning, construction. It's almost nearing $300 million of work, and yet we're doing that off of spreadsheets. So as I look around the various entities of departments that use different types of software, whether it be Microsoft or Excel or whatever that is, they take advantage of technology and have software. What we're trying to do in our project management division, put a little bit more structure in how we manage projects, a little bit more consistency in how we interact with our contractors and our consultants, and a little bit more accountability, a little bit more efficiency, I would say. It's very inefficient right now for us to be using different forms of spreadsheets to manage a $300 million program.
Okay. So is currently, with all the projects that's going on, are there any different software that's being used, and this is going to be just addition to that, or how are you currently, are any other softwares being used right now?
Right now, our project management division uses spreadsheets, Microsoft Excel. I guess you can call that a software package.
Okay. And this just would take department to manage it in a completely different way, whether it's on iPads or on the computers, they are linked in. And what's going to be the big benefit, I guess, of such an expensive?
Well, I mean, this allows us to have somewhere on the order of 90 different user licenses that we can issue to our consultants and our contractors. They'll be able to, from the very infancy of a project, have access to start showing schedules, be accountable for those schedules because it'll monitor it through the software package. We'll be able to, for instance, on submittals, whether it be design submittals or construction submittals, they'll be entered into this program. One of the benefits that our project management division has been coordinating very closely with our ID department and our finance department, where invoices can be submitted through this package and then be processed through our legacy finance package, Lagos. So I think there's a multitude of benefits that having this software package will ultimately play out in managing the design and construction projects.
Okay, thank you. Because I believe before we talked, and I think Assemblymember Sumner brought up the point that, it's important. And I think, I think he might have spoke that their company also use and how more efficient and smoothly it is. I just wanted to know if these prices are just went to specifically buy just one kind of software, or was there like options to choose from, or was it bidded and this is just the only price that we got? Because I guess to me it still seems that subscription is quite expensive, and I'm just hesitant to just approve something like this. But I want to know if there was additional I guess comparison that took in place besides just this one company.
Through the mayor, so Member Fanoff, our group did vet various different platforms and to see how it would serve our purposes. In the end, we did not go through a formal bidding or proposal process. That's why you see the manager's waiver in there. When it comes to getting software, sometimes, there's benefits sometimes of going out for competitive pricing, but then there's sometimes that you just know what you need to get and you need to go, find and target that software. And that, in this case, that's what we chose to do. We vetted several different project management software packages. There are some out there that are focused more for contractors, didn't really serve our purpose. This one really is focused on serving local governments and how they manage their construction projects.
So because it's more catered to government, do you think that has to do some with how expensive it is? Because there's not many other options, and I'm not trying to provoke any uncomfortable questions. I'm just trying to think if our IT department doesn't have the tools to create something similar to put together where, or perhaps, I guess this one was chosen, but.
So I would just offer this. We've worked closely with our IT department. And, if I were challenged to bring up the price list here with the prices that we pay for various forms of software that this borough chooses to use, I would agree with you. You're going to be very shocked at what those prices are. But I think that's the cost of using software packages. The cost of not having them, there's a cost there as well. So, I guess that's what we got to understand. Are we going to move forward and try to be more efficient by spending a little bit more money to build our program that I think has grown quite successfully, in large part because of this body? Or are we going to continue to struggle to manage that volume of work?
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit. I think these are, we're financial stewards of the public's money. I think these are really important questions to be asking. With my limited experience with project management software, I for one can say that I don't use the cheapest project management software because it doesn't fit my needs. And there is a cost to the efficiency. These are high numbers, but from what I understand, this is probably in line with what you'd expect to be paying for this project management software. And I can, I attest that you definitely don't want to step over $1 to save a dime, right? Or cut off your nose to spite your face and try and save $270,000 and or whatever that would $278,000 on the budget, and then have more efficiencies and on your projects and staff time. So I definitely will support this, but I think these are really important questions to ask.
Further discussion by the Assembly. Is there any objection to passing AM 25-024? Okay, hearing no objection, then it's passed. And let's see, we're now to unfinished business. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Ordinance 2512, an ordinance amending Title 25 elections.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor to adopt ordinance 25-012, and I believe we have a proposed amendment.
Do I need to move it, or it's already?
You'd need to move the amendment.
Yeah, the vote has already been taken for approval of this. Now we're to the amendment stage. And if you want to move your amendment, then you need to move the amendment. We'll have the discussion on the amendment and then vote on it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Lon, you have that? Yeah, go ahead and read that.
On behalf of Assemblymember Fanoff, I've moved to amend Ordinance 2512, Section 5, MSB 2530025 to read, A poll watcher can be one of the following. 1, each candidate or organized group that sponsors or opposes an issue may designate one person at a time to be a poll watcher in each precinct and vote count location. 2, one public member who is a registered voter of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough may be a poll watcher in each precinct and early vote count location. 3, a political party recognized by the state of Alaska may designate one person at a time to be a poll watcher in each precinct and early vote count location during election years that the borough's election does not coincide with the state election. The persons designating a poll watcher shall be precinct party committee where an organized precinct committee exists, or the party district committee where no organized precinct committee exists, or the state party chairperson where neither a precinct nor a party district committee exists. This amendment would allow political parties that are registered with the state to be poll watchers at the borough. This will only apply during the years the borough's election does not coincide with the state. It has been written this way so that political parties cannot have a poll watcher for borough and state elections, 2 people at each location on joint election years.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your amendment, sir?
Yeah, one of the things, there was no path for recognized party to have a request a poll watcher. We want to be as transparent as possible. We passed amendment earlier, which would put one member of public who are registered voter here in Matsu Borough to be a poll watcher, which gives the opportunity for general public to participate. But also, I believe there was actually no path on the borough election for the recognized party to send a poll watcher. This would, on the years that we don't have the combined state and a borough election together, this will give opportunity for the party to request a place. And I think based on what Lani said, she copied similar terminology how the state has in the state rules. So just another path to have more eyes and more ability to make sure we have a transparent election.
Further discussion on the amendment? Any objection to the amendment? Amendment passes. So now we have ordinance 25-012 back in front of us. There is a motion and it has been amended. Any further amendments?
Earlier, if I may ask Lonnie, earlier there was a something that was brought up is on the page of page 2 in section A, it says clerk shall determine the process for early voting, ensure integrity of the election. Very, I guess, brief. I wanted to ask clerk if there is already procedures that you have in place for the early. I'm sure you do. Is there a reason why they are not in code, and how can we implement them so that those are followed? What is currently the procedures, and you have separate set of rules that outside of this code that you follow for the process for the early voting? I assume the answer is yes. So, and I want to know why are they not currently implemented in our code?
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
We're talking on the
page 2. Is that what you meant?
Page 2.
Page 2.
Page 2, section A, and the clerk shall determine the process for the early voting to ensure the integrity of election. But there is a process that you currently go through that is additionally there is no. It doesn't specify that process here.
Correct. And most of the election code is built like that. There's a lot of processes that we go through in reference to running an election that are not codified in code. Not everything that's done at a precinct is codified in code. The way we hand count for hand count is not codified in code. So there's a lot of processes that we use. It gives me direction on which way to go, but it's not codified in code. Every step that we do for an election is not codified in code.
Okay.
Remember Campbell.
For the assembly person, did you have further something?
I guess that leaves the clerk for up to interpretation, and I guess some of the concerns that were brought that I believe were valid to have those summoning codes so that if you're not here, that we know that the next person is expected to follow those. So that was just actually a comment that we heard and wanted to see if there was a way to address that.
Go
ahead, ma'am.
We do have processes that we give to each election official that they are to follow in reference to how to conduct early voting. How do you conduct at the precincts? What do you do as an election official when you're the precinct register official? All of that is provided to the election officials.
Okay, and those you have liberty of changing or modifying based on a year or to determine the process, correct?
If I see something isn't working the best it could, I may make changes, yes.
Okay, but it doesn't have to be made through the bodies.
Correct. If it's not codified in code, then I write the processes.
Okay, I guess that kind of answers my question, but I probably would love to see more specific. And then second thing I wanted to see if another thing that was brought up is for some of the where we replaced the terminology in the tabulator counting, where it's appropriate to include the hand count so that that is in the code from now on. I would like you to tell me where those, and I'd like to make amendment. I think I found several time on the page 6 and 7 that it says counted, where it changed to instead of tabulated to counted. So if we put hand counted, does that so that we have that terminology in place as well?
Can I address that, Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
In 2535012, it talks about counting ballots general. It gives me direction to do hand counting. So the only reason why the tabulation word was stricken from code and put in as count is because the borough attorney believed that there was a contradiction in reference to what law means regarding tabulation and count. That's the only thing that is making changes to. There's different meanings to the words of tabulation and count. But MSB 253512 directs me to hand count. So every time it says count in code, it means hand count.
In this specific pages, I know we passed when we removed the resolution to remove the machines. We went specifically put a lot of terminology on the hand count, and that was a resolution. But in this code, I guess I don't see it. So basically, if that resolution was in the future was removed, then this legislation becomes kind of up for interpretation how to count, whether it's hand or not, or am I not understanding something correctly?
253512, excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
And to Assemblymember Fonoff, 253512 was not amended. That's why it's not in this ordinance. So the only areas that were amended in code when it comes to changing the word, getting rid of the word tabulation and putting in the word count are included in this ordinance. But everything in code for Title 25, when it's talking about counting, it's talking about hand counting, because that area of 253512 tells me that I'm hand counting.
Okay, I guess since I'm not seeing here, that's what I have problem with, because I understand that hand tabulation doesn't even make sense, but when we replace the tabulation to counting, so the hand counting of early votes, I could see that being very fit in this, then I don't see why that word cannot be added here.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so the definition of count is in a different section of code that is not being addressed here. And the definition of count in the code that the definition is included in is hand count.
Assemblyperson Fonoff, have you completed? Okay, well, just let me see here. Okay, he turned his light off. Were you asking the attorney a question?
I guess I was gonna ask attorney if the hand count in this ordinance was to put in, does that interfere with anything else? And would that make it a problem if we were at that here?
I can't answer that on the fly. I'd have to look at the entire code because as the clerk said, the entire code's not before you tonight.
Okay. Already, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead, and then McKee.
So Assemblymember Farnell, you're asking if we can add hand in front of count in this specific 2512.
Correct.
I read it as, I read the whole thing and I see it as 1, 2, 3, 4 spots. So can I move an amendment to add hand on page 3, add hand in front of counting? On page 3, add hand in front of counted. On page 6, section 6C, add hand in front of counted. And on the last page, section 8, subsection 1, add hand in front of counted.
Madam Clerk, do you have those?
I guess to Assemblymember Ponoff and Sumner, I didn't make my point very well. There's other areas of code that talks about counting. So those are not going to be changed tonight by this amendment. I apologize, I didn't explain that very well, but that's what was my meaning. But there is a definition of hand counting and or counting in code that I follow.
Yeah, I understand that. I just
Okay.
want to, I
Okay.
want to add hand in front of counted in those
Okay.
4 spots. I so move that amendment.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee?
I think everybody who has put in so much work on this thing for the last, whatever, year and a half, that if there's one more little piece that makes the voting public more comfortable to put in a 4-letter word, beginning with H, maybe we ought to do that. Because if that settles everybody's concerns, and I guess it would, because I think people showed up. I think we ought to just do it. It's not going to change anything in this other thing that you're talking about that isn't before us tonight. I understand that. But if we put it in here, it accomplishes the aim of saying to everybody, we got you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble, will you request that we extend the meeting, please?
Madam Mayor, I request that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
Okay, any objection? Okay, all right. So Madam Clerk, now, do you have the amendment?
Mayor?
Okay.
I'm in full support of that as well, just to give the public a complete understanding. There's no mistrust. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblyperson Gamble, earlier, I think you were trying to say something, so,
Yeah, but it's not relevant to this amendment. I'll speak to it after this amendment passes.
okay. Alrighty, so does everybody understand Assemblyperson Sumner's amendment? Okay. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, hearing none, then that amendment passes. Okay, now we're back to ordinance 25-012 yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the clerk, Lonnie, there's a question earlier tonight about how you select poll watchers. Do you have the same thing? You have like a checklist or a policy that guides you when you qualifications for poll watchers?
To Assemblymember Gamble, I have never selected poll watchers. That always came from the candidates.
Okay.
So this year, when we discussed the last assembly meeting in reference to selecting who can be poll watchers, you guys have laid out in code if for a public member, the assembly's laid out in code for a public member to be a poll watcher, they have to be a registered voter. So all they need to do is be a registered voter. I don't pick in the Mat-Su Borough. I don't pick them. However, only one of those one public members can be at each individual location. So there can't be multiple people that fall under public members at a polling location. There can only be one, but I don't choose them.
Okay, first come, first serve.
First come, first serve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further amendments? Any further discussion on ordinance 25-012? Any objection? Yes.
Not an objection, but that line in there that says, geez, I'd hate to be the person who's standing there saying, hey, dude, you're misbehaving, so you gotta leave. And he said, yeah, make me. Is there something we could stick in there that said to include, police assistance or something? Can we just, maybe that didn't bother anybody else? My dog's bigger than your dog.
Turn around and look there, your gentleman beside you.
No, you don't put that in the code. It just says they're empowered to require the poll watcher to leave. If a person refuses to leave after being given a lawful order to leave, you get to call the police. You don't have to put that in the code.
Okay. I just wanted to put that out there because that would be pretty scary.
Understood.
Okay. Is there any objection to ordinance 25-012 passing as it has been amended?
I have one question.
Sure.
Is this just voting on the amendment? Or the whole thing?
No, the amendment has the two amendments that have been proposed have both been passed.
Okay.
So now we're
Is the word tabulated in it?
tabulated.
No, we took
Yeah.
We took that out, I think.
Okay, perfect. Good. Let's go.
Okay.
We're
Alrighty.
good then.
Is there any objection to ordinance 25-012 passing as it has been amended? Okay, seeing none, then ordinance 25-012 has been adopted. Madam
Ordinance
Clerk.
2517, an ordinance amending MSB 5.25 service areas to provide for a 5-member board of supervisors for the road service areas in Caswell Lakes, Greater Willow, Meadow Lakes, Gold Trail, Greater Talkeetna, and Trapper Creek.
Okay, and we do have a motion on the floor to adopt it, and I believe there is an amendment.
Can I motion to postpone?
Okay, well, I called for the motion for the amendment. Can we do that first and then? Okay, I believe there is an amendment, right?
That hasn't been moved.
I'd like to postpone as well because
Okay,
I'd like to be there in person, actually.
okay,
That's my intent, to have Mr. Bernier, who moved the original motion, be here in person to speak to
Okay.
it.
okay.
So just the
And
next
I
meeting.
I don't see the amendment maker trying to get attention, so we'll just go ahead and move for postpone. Did you have a definite date, sir? Assembly Person Sumner?
Next meeting.
Next April 1st, okay. So discussion on the postponement of ordinance 25-017 until our next meeting, which is April 1st. Is there any objection? I mean,
I'm
Assembly,
not going to use a formal word objection because then we have to vote and all that kind of stuff. I just don't see any, what is to be accomplished by postponing it?
I believe, and Assemblyperson Sumner can speak for himself, but what I heard him say, he felt like that the maker of the ordinance would be best served if he was here in person.
Okay.
Is that right, Assemblyperson?
I don't feel strongly enough
That's correct.
to object formally.
Yeah. And
That is correct for me as well.
yeah, and there was a proposed amendment, but the person making that proposed amendment has apparently decided not to move forward with that. Okay. Alrighty. Is there any objection then to the postponement on ordinance 25-017? Okay, seeing no objection, then that has been postponed. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 25028, a resolution in support of Alaska State Senate Bill 92.
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
we do have a motion on the floor. Yes,
I previously recused myself
Yeah.
on this discussion, so
Yeah.
I will do that again.
yeah, thank you. Assemblyperson McKee.
Yes, and I too have to recuse myself because my son happens to be Rob Young's chief of staff, so that wouldn't go very well.
Okay.
So I'm out.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, and I believe there is a substitute. There is
We
this,
still have Dee
Yes.
here. We can't talk until Dee's gone.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't, thank you. I turned and didn't look, but thank you. Yeah, we'll give her a minute to get out of here.
We got Assemblymember.
Mayor, if I might, I know the usual protocol is for the assembly members to leave the room, but given her ankle, I think it might be appropriate to just have her scooch away from the table tonight.
I'm
Okay.
okay with her staying there. That's fine.
Okay, all righty. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I mean, I would just like to add it, Senator Yunt did pull support from this bill, so I'm not sure that I see that there is a conflict for Ms. McKee. Okay, copy. I just didn't know if you knew that, but okay.
Okay, so do we have a substitute resolution at this time?
I move to amend.
Go ahead, sir.
Are you ready?
Yes, uh-huh.
I move to amend by substitute resolution 25-028 sub.
Okay, discussion on, I'm sorry.
I'd like to speak to that.
Go ahead.
I jumped in. I didn't do all my homework. And after a closer look and a lot more information, it is a bad deal to tax it. Don't cut the head off a golden goose. That's, if you, you don't eat the milk cow.
Okay. Any other discussion on the substitute resolution that's before you?
The motion is to amend by substitute, so it's not before them yet. They have to pass the amend by substitute, and then that resolution's before the body.
Oh, okay. So, so does somebody have to move that, or it's automatic?
Assemblymember Bernier already did it. That's
Oh.
the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, all righty. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, then now the substitute resolution is before us. Okay, discussion on the substitute resolution. Yes, Assemblyperson Fawnoff.
I guess now we're talking about the substitution stuff, correct?
Yeah, we're talking about the substitution bill, which puts the not support in.
I don't see the need to do it one or another way. It doesn't really benefit, but I think I would like to see this whole resolution be tabled, as it does not reflect how people are going to vote. It doesn't change, and I think for us as this body to take a position that is necessarily change how people vote in June, I would probably encourage that maybe we could amend it by substitution, but then ask maybe a sponsor to just postpone this resolution indefinitely.
And do you have a date for the postponement, sir?
Indefinitely.
Indefinitely, okay. I didn't
Yes,
hear
that
part.
I would ask
Okay.
to be
Okay, so
indefinite.
the motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. Is that debatable, ma'am?
It is debatable, but I don't think anybody moved it, Madam Mayor. He encouraged the maker of the motion, or the
Do I need
Bernier to move it.
do I need to make a
Did you move it, Assemblyperson Fawnoff, or?
I thought we already moved it when Maria was talking.
He did not move the motion.
Motion.
No. He
Okay.
was encouraged
So
to-
is there a motion then to postpone indefinitely?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, all right, thank you. Discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, I think that we are not full-time legislators in the state level. We are part-time assemblymen. And this is, beyond the scope of our expertise. At first blush, I thought I maybe supported this the original resolution. Now I think I do not support this, or support the. Sorry, now I think I'm
Support
the
the-
opposite.
the
Support the substitute
postpone-
resolution. But I mean, that, and the same thing with Assemblyperson Renier. Originally he thought he supported it, and then he is obviously substituting the resolution. I think it just goes to show you that this is beyond our expertise, and the Assembly is not tasked with weighing in on the vagaries and and nuances of oil and gas taxes. Yeah.
Further discussion? Guess I don't need.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the previous two speakers. I think we're out of our lane here. We should just postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is there any objection to the motion to postpone Resolution 25-028 indefinitely?
I'm gonna object, Mayor. If Kathy Giesel supports it, I definitely don't want to be on the record. Well, anyway, I want to be on the record opposing it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all righty, Madam Clerk, I guess then we need to vote.
If I can just take a roll call vote from the people in the room and the people on the phone, it would make life a lot easier tonight.
Okay.
Assembly Member Bonoff.
Yes to postpone indefinitely is yes, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct.
Assembly Member Gamble.
Yes.
Assembly Member Sumner.
Yes.
Assembly Member Hale.
Yes.
Assembly Member Bernier.
No.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assembly Member Bernier opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All righty, so thanks. Nick, bring him back in, please.
She's coming, Estelle.
Yeah, they're both right there. Mhm. So there are no vetoes, and now we are under new business for introductions. And Madam Clerk.
Introduction for public hearing on April 1st is ordinance 25026 with accompanying resolution 2522, ordinance 25043, and ordinance 25045.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for April 1st, 2025.
Any discussion? Any objection? Hearing none, then the legislation has been introduced. Assemblyperson Gamble, vacancy report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to confirm the mayor's recommendations as follows. Agriculture Advisory Board, removal of Stephen Brown as he passed away. Board of Equalization, Uli Johnson. Local Emergency Planning Committee, resignation of Wendy Kohlberg, Rochelle Balms, and Middle Lakes RSA number 27, Esther Huddleston.
Is there discussion on the vacancy report? Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the vacancy report is approved. We have no new business. We do have a couple referrals. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25046, an ordinance amending MSB 1760 conditional uses to include permit requirements and standards for homeless shelters. And ordinance 25047, an ordinance amending MSB 2.08060 and MSB 212.060 compensation for the mayor and assembly.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I'm going to treat these separately. I'm going to first move, I move ordinance 25-046 to the Planning Commission for 60 days.
Okay, discussion by the Assembly. Any objection by the Assembly? Okay, so the legislation has been referred. Assemblyperson Sumner.
I move to refer ordinance 25-047 to the Commission on Salaries and Emoluments for 365 days. If I could speak to this motion.
And how many days?
365.
Oh, 365. Okay. Already, go ahead.
I think that this, it's impossible to remove the bias when you're speaking about compensation for assembly members, and we're the ones that most vote on this. Thankfully, we do have a Commission on Salaries and Emoluments who does make recommendations. They meet every 2 years. They met last year. They will be meeting again next year. But I welcome amendment to my motion if someone thinks that 365 days is not the correct time period to postpone or refer to this.
Okay, discussion. Assemblyperson McKee.
I just was told that they meet every March, or they suggest every March. Do they not? Do they do it every other March?
It sort of depends on when they can get a quorum.
Well, no.
If,
Madam
yeah,
Mayor,
go ahead.
to Assemblymember McKee, they meet every 2 years.
Just in,
They meet every 2 years to provide recommendations per borough code to the assembly on assembly, school board compensation, planning commission, plating board.
so.
So they have to have that they have to have those recommendations to you 90 days before the fiscal year ends. So they do start meeting, I don't know, January, February, could have been March the last time, I don't know, because it has been a year ago, but they meet every 2 years.
So was it just a year ago? I thought it was 2 years ago when they actually did.
It was a year ago.
All righty, thanks.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion to refer? Oh,
Madam Mayor?
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. What happens if we do not refer? Does it come back to us on the next meeting, or does it have the effect of postponing indefinitely, or what is the process if we decide tonight not to refer it?
Go ahead. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Hale, if it does not get referred tonight, the legislation does, I guess in a way, die, but it doesn't stop an assembly member or any from bringing another piece of legislation back.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm opposed to this legislation in general, so I'm going to oppose referring it.
Okay. Assemblyperson Hours?
Just borough code, I'm reading 4.65020, that the Salary and Emoluments Commission shall convene to submit their recommendations at least every 2 years, but not more frequently than every year. So it's in code that it has to be done every 2 years. And I don't think a body should self-initiate a process for their own raises. I think we should leave it to the Salaries and Emoluments Commission and then go from there. So I'll be opposing the referral.
Okay. Assemblyperson McKee?
I too think that we should leave it to the Salaries and Emoluments Commission. However, 2 years ago, because that's what I was thinking, that's why I thought that's when I thought the last time he mentioned it actually, as I recall, was up to $20,000 for, instead of the 13.3, it was 20,000. Do I remember that correctly? So is that something that if it does go forward, you could change that? Because when that guy said 32,000, I just about lost my teeth and they're all my own. So that would have been, that was kind of a shock. So I was just wondering if you could change that figure and revise it to what they decided we should do before. Is that a possibility?
If I could, Madam Mayor, I do believe the last report from the Salaries and Emoluments Committee is that nothing changed.
The last one, but the one before that where,
I couldn't tell you the one that happened
Yeah, that's what I'm talking-
3
I'll
years
find
ago.
out.
I apologize.
okay, well, if that's a possibility to change that number and revise it downward, maybe that's a possibility.
Right now, it's at referral.
Yeah, well.
That's the motion in front of you
for
guys, is to
365 days.
refer. The amount's not in front of you guys.
Oh, okay, so then if we vote for not referral, that means we take it up the next meeting.
You vote to not refer, the legislation dies.
Yeah, dies?
Hold on. Why is it died? Just because we moved it to referral to discuss it, then it just,
Correct. If the referral does not occur, it's no longer under introductions. So if the new piece of legislation needs to come forward, then a new piece of legislation needs to come forward. But at this point, it's under referrals. And if the referral fails, that legislation goes away.
Yikes.
So somebody you could take and come up with a new piece of legislation for the next meeting.
Correct.
Or the meeting after
How
that.
about if we just get our taxes paid?
I'm sorry, what?
How about if they just pay our taxes?
We still are shaking our head here, sir. Are you making a joke or are you making a
It
motion?
was supposed to be a joke, yes. It's a
Oh,
joke.
okay. 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 Well, it's either too late or it's above our head, whatever you were trying to do.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm like 3 hours ahead of you, so it's already.
Yeah, so probably wasn't a very good joke, sir.
Sorry.
Okay, we got 12 minutes unless we're going to move again, but, okay, so does everybody understand regarding the motion on the referral that's before you. Assemblyperson Fana.
No, I don't fully understand because it was kind of like a maneuver to move it to the thing, and then automatically, if we vote against the referral, it dies. But if we refer it, we wait for
year.
2 years.
1 year. You work for 365 days, I think was the part of the referral motion.
Correct. However, that can be amended.
Right.
The day's amount can be amended.
So can we, with the referral, can we ask them to get this thing done in the next, I don't know, before the budget or before the year end or several months? Why does it need to be that long?
Well, I think as the clerk said, the referral motion that's on the floor now can be amended. So if you didn't want 365 days, you want 790, you could do it that way, or you could do it for 2, whatever.
Okay, so amendment that he proposed already to refer was 365 days. So we can make an amendment now to make it a 90 days?
Why can't you just refer it to the next meeting?
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Because you're referring it to a different committee. You're referring it to the Commission on Salaries and Emoluments. You're not postponing it. You're referring it to a different committee for their input. And we would not be able to get that done in 2 weeks. We haven't even contacted them yet to schedule meetings.
So what kind of language do you use to get it, not 365 days?
Just say, I move that the referral be X number of days.
Strike 365 days and insert
Right.
whatever,
Insert
how
the-
many days.
90 days?
I don't know.
I think
It's your-
Member Fanop had made that motion, Madam Mayor.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, yeah, I think you did.
Okay, so the amendment from 365 to 90 days is what is before you now. Yeah, Assemblyperson Bowers.
I think I'm going to lose my teeth. If we do nothing, this will come up again in March, and it'll be the process that we have in Borough Code for looking at salaries. So I'm not sure why we're in a big rush to raise our salaries or ask somebody to raise our salaries.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, do you have your light on for a reason?
Probably not.
Okay, all right. So the amendment from 365 to 90 days is before you. Further discussion on that amendment?
Only because 2 years ago, they said, geez, I think you folks ought to get 20,000. Or whenever it was that Jesse Sumner said, let's bifurcate the issue, and I love that word, so I remember it. And so he said, let's bifurcate it between the mayors and the assemblies. And the mayor went forward, and I don't even know what that amount was, but the assembly stayed where they were. And I thought, oh, well, that means they're going to address it at some point, which of course we didn't.
The amount is not on the floor. We need to talk
What?
about referral from 90
We can
to
only,
Oh,
we can only talk about the dates, the dates.
okay, let's talk, that's why I would like to just do the 90-day thing.
Okay, all right. Further discussion on the 90-day amendment? Okay, objection? Yes, we have objection.
Yes.
Okay, I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote.
The 90
Striking,
days
yeah.
instead of 365. Yeah.
Assemblymember Bernier,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale,
No.
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assembly Members Fonoff, McKee, and Bernier in support. Now we are back to the motion to refer for 365 days.
Okay. Discussion on the 365 day. Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to refer it until after the Salary and Emolument Committee meets again and reports back to the Assembly.
I don't know how to do that. I need a time frame, and I don't know if this is my problem.
Okay, I withdraw my amendment.
If I could.
Okay, so your your referral is then until after they have met and they have a report?
That was my intention, but if we don't know how to do that, I'll just withdraw it and we'll go with 365. Okay.
365.
Okay. Assemblyperson Pownall.
I think 6 months is more than enough to somebody to meet and decide what their recommendation come back. So I'll make amendment to the 180 days amendment to, instead of 365.
180 days, is that?
180, yeah, 6 months for them to come up with that.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble,
Madam Mayor, I move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
thank you. Okay, so the amendment is to change the 365 to 180. Discussion on that amendment. Is there objection to that amendment? Yes, there is an objection.
Yes.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. 180, correct.
Yeah.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Fonoff, McKee, and Bernier in support.
Okay. So we're back to the 365. I'm sorry, does somebody on the line want to say something?
No.
No.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay. Is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, seeing no objection, then Madam Clerk.
We are on the main motion, or excuse me, the main refer, to refer it for 365 days. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has passed with Assemblymember Nowers and Hale opposed.
Okay. All righty. The next item on the agenda is reconsiderations. There are no reconsiderations. We are now to assembly comments. Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments.
No comment, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Assemblyperson, or Deputy Mayor, excuse me, parting comments.
Let's see. How about thank you everyone for coming out, and it's been a long day and a trip, and God bless the valley, and thank you, Lord, for all you do. Amen.
Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments.
Yeah, when we first talked about giving funds to the library for digital stuff and all that, I thought that scared me a little bit because I didn't really know where it was going. And when we got this thing tonight about the Rose Group and all that, we kind of know where it's going, or at least where we think it's going, which I don't think is a very good idea. So I would like to ask, require, whatever, that somebody in administration look and see how those funds are being spent that this group got. Because if we're spending money to this group so that they can come behind us and maybe vote what our community doesn't want, maybe we ought to know that. I don't know how you do that, but somebody ought to look.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there objection from the assembly regarding that investigation?
Other than that, then great meeting.
Okay.
That's okay.
Good. Alrighty, so no, there's no objection then. So, Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
I'm glad you asked for that because I looked at the Rose Group while we were talking, and I looked at the KTNA story, and I just have some questions about, it looks like they are a strategic planning group, and their questions up in Talkeetna are what library service is most important to you, and what's the favorite thing about your library? I'm just reading from the KTNA report, and then I would appreciate a report back to the assembly on the Rose Group and what that is about, so we can just have a straight story. it was a great turnout tonight, but I feel like should have had a dartboard in front of us that people could throw. On a serious note, I mean, the level of community distrust was really hard tonight. And I wish that people would take a moment to hear what they're hearing on Facebook or wherever, but also come to their assembly member or to the mayor or to the manager and ask before they come here and start repeating something that may or may not be accurate. And if it's accurate, I would love to be held accountable for things, but there was many things said tonight that I know are not accurate. And I mean, I would say that if somebody came to me, I would sit down with them and say, let's take a look at that. Show me what you've got. Instead of, it was hard to sit here and let that sit to the community because we can't respond during the testimony. And so I'm just saying to encourage people, please ask. And I think everybody up here, as much as you, wants the borough to be honest. And if we're misspending money, by all means, let's get it.
Okay, Madam
No,
Mayor.
no, you're out of order, ma'am. Good night.
So I just encourage that for anybody who's listening. Let's sit down and look at what you've got and go over it. I do really appreciate those who serve on the boards, but when they agree to serve as a body and they agree to come here to talk to us to represent that body, and then they speak on their own behalf, I was very appalled by what happened tonight with the person who was supposedly representing the water body setback board. And it's a person who's previously been censured for ethics. And I don't know, we have an ethics code, but I would not like to see that person be serving on our boards because that was really out of line to be representing the work of many people and be in the minority and then just come to represent yourself and not that body. And I think the water body setback is a really important thing that we've been wrestling with in the borough. And I would appreciate if we could have a sit down with that committee. And I know we're going into a really busy budget season, but I feel like things are fresh in their head right now. And you know, there's a couple things I'd really like to hear from them. I think the curveball that if we change the rules, it's got to go to 45. It can't just be helping the people who are in violation come into not violation with the 75-foot setback, and also just enforcement. Like, how are we didn't do a good job so far, you know. So I have some things I would just love to get from that body. And to the mayor's point about these task forces, I think what they do is very valuable. I sat on the trooper task force meetings. We did not move forward, but the sticking point was at the end of the day, thankfully they had looked at all this and the price tag associated with adding troopers and the loss, or adding our own police force, and we would have troopers pulled from us. I mean, there was just what they did was super valuable because they tried to look at the problem and find a solution. We just didn't find a solution that at least I could move forward with. So I didn't want to, I just say that because I don't feel like we wasted their time. At least it was valuable to me. So I guess I'm asking for if we could have a meeting with the water body setback committee in the next, when it's convenient, it doesn't interfere with our budget before we get heavy into budget season, because I know that's taxing for staff.
I did write a note, Assemblymember Nowers, and I'll bring back forward some recommendations at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification through the mayor, Assemblymember Nowers, did you ask then for a report on the Rose Group contract as well as on the what Assemblymember McKee asked for?
I think I'm just asking for the same thing she did, which is clarification.
I think she's asking for the grants, what we're doing with the grant money that's going to the libraries, not the money that was spent on the Rose Group contract.
No, it was the money. It was both. I think, let me see, Assemblyperson McKee, what I understood, what you were asking was you wanted to know an investigation into the money that was spent for the Rose Group, which, right?
Yeah. Where did it come from?
Where did that come from beside the grant? Because there apparently was the money squirreled away. I'm sorry, that
And
was.
how did, that's strange that people, how did they know that we had that money? That's kind of curious.
Okay.
So that.
That's clear, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. That's.
That was the same thing. I just wanted to, this claims were made, so let's take a look at them and give a report to the assembly, please.
Because I know some of the library board, at least two members of the library board have told me what the Rose Group, and I won't say it here, I'll let it come out in the investigation, but it wasn't what we heard tonight from the Talkeetna library people. Okay. Parting comments, ma'am?
I
Probably talk more tonight than you have.
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
I just want to mention, because I hear about France hand counting everything in a day. They do that. France actually does have some machines. They are correct. They do not have very many machines. However, from the way I understand and how France counts, they go in throughout the day and count. They're not waiting until the polls close that night and going in and counting. I would love to be able to do that. That means that the count could get out a lot sooner. But I can't imagine what voters would do if they saw us opening up ballot boxes in the middle of the day, because they're not used to that. France, they are. Here, they're not. So I just wanted to put that out there that, yes, France does count in a day, but they count differently than us.
Okay. Parting comments, Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I have a whole laundry list of things to accost Mike over when he gets back from vacation, and I'm glad to hear that, I added my list tonight with the Rose Group and the money for the internet for the library. So I'm glad to hear that George will be taking that up. So that's one less thing I have to bug Mike about. I too reiterate my concerns with what I heard here tonight. I know there's some accusations of malfeasance, and then we need to get to the bottom of that. Other than that, I think it was a very lively discussion tonight. It was great to see everyone that came out that feels passionately about some of these issues, and that was a great analogy, like throwing darts at a board, because it was like, what's the next person going to talk about? Every person had a different issue, and they were all hot button issues, but it was great to see. Thanks everyone for coming out.
Okay.
My turn?
Oh,
I was just reminding you, he's on the phone, but
I asked Assemblyperson Hale and he said no.
Okay.
Well, let me ask him again. Am I remembering correctly, Assemblyperson Hale, that you had said you had no comment? Or maybe he went to bed.
Sorry,
Okay.
I might have missed it. I didn't need you to stop everything. I'm
Well,
sorry.
that's okay. Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble, parting comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think we all got a dart or two thrown at us tonight. A couple of comments here. I got a phone call and an email today that BLM just opened up comment period for the Alaska Long Trail feasibility study, and the deadline for comments is April 14th. And I haven't been able to confirm it, but I understand that they did not put our resolution on there that asked that any of the trail that goes across borough land not be designated as a national scenic trail. So I don't know how we fix that or get them to add that to their website. But I'd like to find out if we can do that. The other thing I have is for George. I won't wait until Mike gets back, but Deputy Manager, I got a couple of phone calls this week about the Health and Human Services Board. I thought it was pretty much defunct because they haven't met in like 2 years. But the members of the board said that they haven't been asked to meet and that grants are being approved that they should have some participation in. And so I'd like to hear from administration on the Health and Human Services Board. Is it active? Is it not? And what grants are being approved without their participation. Thank you. The last thing I have is
Did you
more personal
understand?
to Big Lake. Just when things start to quiet down, this past week we had an entity open their doors called the Narcotic Drug Treatment Center, NDTC, which is a methadone treatment center. And they opened up right in the heart of Big Lake, less than a quarter mile from the library, less than a quarter mile from the elementary school, and right across the street from Three Bears. And needless to say, my phone has been blowing up. So I'm not opposed to people getting help that need help. But it goes a long way where you put facilities in communities, and I don't even know where to begin on dealing with this. I guess I'm gonna have to contact the people running the facility. Anyways, Assemblymember Sumner, you had something?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to jump in and add that I was planning on copy pasting my CUP for homeless shelters for drug treatments, but I wanted to wait and get some input from some of the people that are running those facilities currently, because like, for instance, like Set Free Alaska, I think they're doing it right, or Adult and Teen Challenge. So I would like to not just throw that out into the public, but I would welcome your input on that, because it sounds like it's a hot button issue for you.
Yeah, it is, and I guess that's my point, is that they never advertised or came before community council or notified anybody in the community that they were going to open a treatment facility in Big Lake. So anyways, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
So is the center that opened residential or just walk-in counseling type thing?
It looks like a walk-in clinic. That's what
Okay.
it looks like.
Okay.
It's a methadone treatment clinic is my understanding.
'Cause
And
I-
I just found out about it in the last 2 days. It just opened up like overnight. The sign went up on the building and somebody called me and said, hey, have you seen this? And it's right in the middle of town and I drive by it every day. And so I would have noticed it.
Yeah, because I think and there's nobody here from planning, but we did address, and Deputy Mayor, if you're still online, we did address some residential housing for drug rehab and things like that. It's been like, what, a year and a half ago or something? Yeah, we talked, because Wasilla, I know, was going through the same thing. And I thought that the deputy mayor had brought that up, but anyway, yeah, go ahead, sir.
I actually just read the entire code this last weekend, and I did not see any mention of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you, what?
I didn't see any mention of any I would have, because of my CUP for homeless shelters, I was thinking about running a
Yeah,
CUP.
this would have been, well, let's see, Wasilla, I think is probably maybe close to 2 years ago, so probably a year and a half, probably before your time, so, anyway, yeah. Assemblyperson Fauna, parting, no, okay. And regarding, the only thing I will say regarding the water body setbacks, because there was discussion, but the code that we used to set that committee up said that the chairman of that committee was the one that would present the findings of the committee. And, and maybe I left it go too long, because I think I waited for him to say at least 2 or maybe 3 times that he was not in favor of that. So that I probably should have called it out of order earlier, because again, in my opinion, when you're the chairman and you're presenting on behalf of a group, you present what the group decided, not what your personal opinion is. And so, but I think, and maybe Lonnie and Nick can double check, but I'm pretty sure it says in that ordinance that it has to be the chairman. So maybe next time we do one, we may want to look at that. And if you can remember on the task force one for the roads, remember? And George is shaking his head, yes, we ended up with pictures of RSA 21 that had nothing to do with, yeah, anyway. Okay, that's enough. All righty, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 11:43. Is that
10:43.
10:43. Yeah, thank you.
He said no.